and the latest guidance of the attending physician, anyone present at the hearing room today must wear a mask covering their mouth and nose regardless of vaccination status. Please note that as usual, members are responsible for their own microphones. Members can only be muted by staff to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that members use the grid view and pin the timer so it remains visible. Members that are experiencing technical problems should immediately inform committee staff. I believe Representative Graves, you seek recognition. Mr. Graves? No? A report.
Mr. Chairman, he's trying to connect.
Okay, Mr. Westerman, we'll give it a few minutes. We want to be able to follow through on the commitments, so we'll give it a little time.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Graves,
Okay. I'm
you
sorry.
seek recognition, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. I apologize. We're having continuing to having cell connection issues. Mr. Chairman, I make to adjourn. Mr. Chairman,
Hey,
last markup session last. I'm sorry.
If the gentleman would suspend, we're having audio trouble, at least I am, and not getting the full consideration that you're moving. So if you would do that one more time, and then
Is this any better, Mr. Chair? Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, now we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's stay here. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Mr. Chairman, last week,
Sure.
I still am just shocked at the committee's insensitivity to what's going on. We continue to just be reeling from this natural disaster. We have wind speeds that were clocked at 194 miles an hour, and I believe you're aware of even what happened in New York and New Jersey. I think deaths I read were up to 82, I think. I was accused last week of I think impersonating a person that's rescuing kittens from trees. Mr. Chairman, just yesterday we had 11 heat deaths, 11 just yesterday, because of the fallout, the repercussions of this disaster. Mr. Chairman, if this were in your district or others, I really think that the committee would be acting very differently, and rather than focused on what the right things are for recovery and electricity restoration and cell restoration and internet water and wastewater and other fundamental needs that people have here. We're talking about spending money on things that quite frankly aren't American priorities. They're financially irresponsible, and
The
just
gentleman to spend
really
just for Mr. Graves,
concerning. That,
Mr.
yeah,
Graves, just for a second. Your motion is to adjourn, and that's not debatable. Is it postpone or adjourn the meeting? Mr. Graves? We cannot hear you.
it's a motion to postpone.
Thank you. Proceed.
I
Thank you.
apologize. So, Mr. Chairman, look, you know, and even listening to the debate last week, you had folks trying to connect this bill with Hurricane Ida and the experiences we're having with the hurricanes. Mr. Chairman, some of the statements that were made were so careless, reckless, and irresponsible that to think that these are people that are making decisions for our nation with the fraction of information that they have. Mr. Chairman, for example, people were out there saying that we need to do this bill because it's going to stop future hurricanes. Mr. Chairman, even the most aggressive climate scientists recognize that even if we were to slash emissions, that you'd be looking at a lag of 75 to 100 years, 75 to 100 years to see any type of potential impact in weather patterns. And folks are out there, even President Biden just last week was out there saying that we've got to reduce emissions globally. You know what? I agree with him. I agree with Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Paris Climate Accords results in emissions going up, and John Kerry's out there popping champagne corks and backslapping. Emissions go up. China's releasing more than every developed country in the world combined today. And under Paris Accords, they get to increase by another 50%. I think that this committee could use a little bit more remedial education. Look, myself included, to make sure that we're moving forward in a way that actually makes sense. It's based on science. It's relevant and recognizing really what's happening even right here in my home state. My time is not best served doing this. It's best served out there trying to help people. Just last week, Mr. Chairman, I went and brought an oxygen tank to a constituent, an oxygen tank, because crazy story, I won't get into it. Brought her an oxygen tank after having to drive around, find a hospital, get her an oxygen tank. And I got to tell you, I was sitting there excited to think, gosh, we just saved this lady's life. And I said, hey, how long is this tank going to last? You know, she told me 4 hours. 4 hours. So it was like, oh my gosh. And it's that situation times 1,000. And we had people that died because their insulin wasn't refrigerated. And you know, look, I understand y'all are in other places right now, and it's totally out of sight, out of mind, but we've got fundamental problems right now. These are fellow Americans, and I just like to ask for a little bit of sensitivity. Let's postpone this. I will participate. I'll still offer my 100 amendments and everything that I know you love, but this is ridiculous. People are saying and doing things that are totally factless and moving forward in an irresponsible way that's going to trash this nation's economy, and it's entirely insensitive to what's going on right now. And let me say it one more time, Mr. Chairman. Just yesterday, 11 heat-related deaths. So while I'm being accused of saving kittens and trees, we're trying to work to save lives. Those lives are lost because those people don't have power. They don't have generators. We've had 145 people go to the hospital because of carbon monoxide poisoning. This isn't a joke. This is life. And I'd like to ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would be willing to postpone this markup. Is that something you'd be willing to do, a yield?
Thank the gentleman for yielding. No, I think I don't want to get into a lengthy response, Mr. Graves, because that's the essence of the debate that we're having over many things on this committee. But suffice, in response to your specific point and the people you represent and the suffering that they're going through, I don't think there's a member of this committee on both sides of the aisle that doesn't believe that relief, not only expedited but urgent, has to be the priority. And our staff and as your staff, that's That's been something that they've been directed to do, and they're doing that, advocating for that relief, immediate and urgent. The other issue is the recovery, and that's what we're talking about with the overall legislation and reconciliation. And the recovery, I think, speaks to how you define that recovery, sir. After the relief, after the support, and after the intervention that is so needed right now in the region, how do we define a recovery? And I think our definition of it is about long-term and mitigate and hopefully lessen the impact of these natural catastrophes that are linked to climate change. And so that's where we're at. That's the debate. And I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate what you're doing for your constituents that are going through a hell of a lot. So,
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you expressing some sensitivity because I haven't seen it at all from the committee on your side, and I do appreciate that. But are you not concerned at all that we're gonna spend $3.5 trillion under this proposed legislation, and our ability to even come back and offer assistance to people that need it, like people in the wildfires and people that have experienced this disaster? Does that not concern you that we just continue printing money? We're going to see crazy inflation, and our ability as a nation to even help people that truly need it versus some of the irresponsible spending that is not even requested under this legislation. I mean, look at the numbers in this bill. They're numbers where they're all round numbers, 100 for this and $1 billion for that. There's no justification for this. Somebody just sat there and played a math game.
well,
Is that not a concern for you at all?
okay, this is, gentleman yields to me, and I cannot agree to postpone. Given the time frame we have set for achieving the Build Back Better agenda, this is the time frame we're on, and postponing, delaying, and by, as I've said 2 or 3 times, and by attrition somehow derail that effort. That's not going to happen, and so I cannot agree to postpone, and because not because of any lack of understanding for the natural tragedies that are around us right now, but because precisely because of those things that I think we need to and have to move forward.
Thank you, Mr.
Does
Chairman.
the gentleman withdraw his motion?
Mr. Chairman, I see where this is going. I look forward to having some amendment debate, and because I do read the writing on the wall here, I will withdraw my motion, but I want to be clear that I do that with much regret that this committee is continuing to recklessly and irresponsibly move forward. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields, and the motion is withdrawn, and we now return to unfinished business. The item for consideration is the committee print. The print has already been read and made open for the amendment at any point. We have completed general debate and are currently on amendments. We will now turn to the previously requested recorded votes that were postponed. After these votes, we will then continue the process of offering and debating more amendments. The question is on unfinished business. The amendments to the committee print. The first amendment is amendment designated Boebert number 2. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves is aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin. Oh, Mr. Graves, I didn't get a visual. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022.
Mr. Webster?
I'm okay for now.
Mr. votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Cologne?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Cologne votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
So Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
No.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Are there members who wish to vote or change their vote?
I do.
Moore.
How's Mr. Cohen
Cohen
recorded?
He votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Tiffany.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tiffany, you are not recorded.
Tiffany votes aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Tonko, I did not get your vote, sir. Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
I think I should call it. Are there any members who wish to record their vote and have not? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
Ooh. The amendment fails. The next recorded vote request is designated Boebert number 3, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
Louis.
Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote? and
Yes,
are-
Chairman.
Or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Cohen. I want to vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Yeah, how am I recorded? Sablon?
Mr. Sablon, you're not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Sablon votes no.
Any other members? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk should report. Is someone still muted? The clerk shall report. You can't hear me.
Muted.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 23.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. Next amendment designated Gilbert number 4. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radwagen. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Rosendale's aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye.
Rosendale's aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Mr. Case.
aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mrs. Bobert. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen, no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Bobert votes yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye.
Any other member wish to be recorded? Or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
Mr. Chairman,
The noes have it and the amendment fails. We now move to amendment designated Bobert number 5. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye, and I think Mr. Graves was trying to get the chairman's attention on the last vote.
And Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radwagen. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members wish to be recorded but are not recorded or change their vote?
I should have brought my vote schedule from last
If not,
week.
the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. I believe, Mr. Graves, another colleague indicated you were seeking recognition.
Probably deep in constituent stuff. Because he's probably,
Did you say Graves?
Mr. Graves?
I was trying to vote on the previous vote, Mr. Chairman. I think I've
Okay,
voted on this one already.
thank you. The next amendment, with the recorded vote is the amendment designated Carl number 1, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, I didn't hear you. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Deget.
Get votes no.
Ms. Deget votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Yes.
Mrs. Bober votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mrs. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members wish to have their vote recorded or change their vote? If not, vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. The next amendment is designated Carl number 2 for a recorded vote. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon? Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Yes, Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Deget?
Yes.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. Deget votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Bober votes yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
How's Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego, you're not recorded.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Was
Any
Mr. Fulcher,
other member wish to be recorded?
was Mr. Fulcher trying to vote?
I don't know.
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded.
Does Mr. Fulcher wish to be recorded? Are there any other members? If not, The vote is closed, and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 25.
The notes have it, and the amendment fails. We move to amendment designated Young number 1, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman?
Aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. Sam Nicholas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia
Mr. Garcia?
votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Bobert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, I didn't hear.
I vote no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Best votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members not recorded wish to be recorded? Any member wish to change their vote? If not,
Ties, it's recorded.
excuse me? Who seeks recognition? No?
Ties votes
I
yes.
think Mr. Haas was trying to be recognized.
Mr. Hayes is not recorded.
Sir? Mr. Heiss, do you wish to be recorded?
Ties votes yes.
Mr. Hayes votes aye.
Thank you. The vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Ties votes.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it, and the amendment fails, and we move, amendment designated Tiffany number 1, The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano? Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, I don't have a visual, sir. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal
I'm right
votes.
here. I'm right here.
Gotcha. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen,
Ms.
aye.
Leger Fernandez? Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Deget?
Deget votes no.
Ms. Deget votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Moore, aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia? Mrs. Boebert?
Yes.
votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Hand?
No.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Any members not recorded? Any members want to change their vote? If not, vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 24.
Mr. Chairman, did I miss
The
this
noes have
vote?
it
I'm
and the
sorry.
amendment fails. Who wishes to be recognized?
Oh, did Miss Dingle miss this vote?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, sorry. Too late.
Thank you. The next amendment, requiring a roll call, designated Gonzalez Colon, number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman.
Aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Vote no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
If there's just 4 more votes,
Yes.
take a break, so we could definitely go to brunch.
Yes. Ready to
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Is this the Gonzalez Colon amendment?
Yes.
Rosendale votes not, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Mr. Bentz.
Vance votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Han.
No. No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Madam,
Yes,
excuse me. I'm trying to seek recognition.
Ms. McCollum, you recognize, please?
Yeah, for some reason, my sound's gone out on my iPad. I'll switch over. McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no.
Thank you. I'm switching
Thank
out.
you.
Huh.
Any other
Okay,
member? If not,
That sounds good.
the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment, the noes have it and the amendment fails. Now we move to amendment designated Moore number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Gallego votes no.
Graves, yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Gallego, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
I think our flight's delayed.
Mr. votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Vince votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Heiss votes yes.
Any member wish to be recorded?
Chairman, Ms. Dingle, I vote no.
Heiss votes yes.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Heiss votes aye.
If no one else wishes to be recognized, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 25.
The noes have it and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Moore number 2. Clerk should please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Mr. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Stansberry?
Webster votes yay.
No.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Mr. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
Votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
No.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members wish to be recognized and record their vote?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, it's Dingle again. Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the ayes are 19 and the nays are 25.
Noes have it. The amendment fails. Amendment designated Moore number 3, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves is yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Velazquez.
Aye.
Ms. Velazquez votes, Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Gosar,
Mr.
aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Gosar votes aye.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Rosen-
McEachin votes no. McEachin votes
Mr.
no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. San Nicolas? I don't have a visual, sir. Ms. Harrell?
Very good.
I don't have audio or visual, sir.
No.
Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Nope.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Michael votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Mr. Han votes no. Mr. San Nicolas, I have you as voted as a no.
Correct, thank you.
Thank you. Any member wish to be recognized to record their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 25.
Noes have it, the amendment fails, and we now move to amendment designated Gonzalez Colon number 2. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
Aye.
Mr. Sablan votes aye. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
No.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
So Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
No.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Mr. Cohen would like to vote no.
How is case recorded?
Mr. Case is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Case votes no.
Mr. Cohen,
Mr. Cohen is not recorded.
no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Thank you.
Any other member wish to be recorded? If not, the vote is closed, and the clerk shall please report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it, the amendment fails. Without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered to be read and open to amendment at any point. So ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Westerman,
Chairman, I move to table the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print.
the gentleman's motion is not debatable. I understand there'll be a recorded vote that will be requested, so we will skip the voice vote. Question is now on the motion to table the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman?
Aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter? Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber? Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia? Mrs. Boebert?
Yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Garcia votes no.
Now it's
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Garcia votes no.
the clerk, if the clerk will read the names of any members not recorded.
Mr. Young? Mr. Graves? Ms. Velazquez? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Stauber?
Staubers, aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Harrell?
Any members wish to record their vote or change their vote at this point? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
The motion, the noes have it, and the motion is not agreed to. Hearing no further debate, we will now continue with amendments. I recognize myself to offer the amendment designated number 14 to the ANS. The amendment makes technical corrections to the ANS to address clerical errors. These errors affected provisions drafted by Democratic and Republican members alike. I thank the minority for proposing this amendment and working with us to compile the revisions. Per agreement with the ranking member, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment Grijalva number 14 to the ANS be considered adopted and without objection so ordered. Representative Boebert, you have the next amendment designated number 1 to the ANS. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would amend the blatantly political payout from the spending package that would directly benefit Speaker Pelosi's district. The $200 million proposed for the Presidio Trust was clearly done at the behest of Speaker Pelosi and would be an egregious waste of taxpayer resources. It also runs counter to the enabling statute of the Presidio Trust. The Presidio Trust of San Francisco is a 1,500 acre former military installation now used as a public recreation area with the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Congress created the Presidio Trust in 1996 to manage roughly 80% of the Presidio and mandated the agency to become self-sufficient by FY 2012. If the trust failed to achieve this self-sufficiency and continued to rely on taxpayer funding, the Trust Act stated that all property under the administrative jurisdiction of the trust be disposed of, and any real property so transferred shall be deleted from the boundary of the Golden Gate National Recreation System. In recent years, this trust has sought $200 million to redevelop up to 22 historic Spanish colonial barracks at its 30-acre Fort Scott site and turn it into a, quote, place for change, end quote. According to the trust CEO, Gene Frazier, the trust envisioned renovating these, quote, buildings so that people who are working in the environmental or social justice areas would have a place to do great work in this magnificent setting, end quote. The original plan laid out by the Presidio Trust in 2018 was to find a wealthy philanthropist to come in and fund this $200 million project. It is clear that that never materialized, and yet the trust has found a new philanthropist to fund this liberal, quote, place for change, end quote, and that is the American taxpayer who did not sign up to be a philanthropist for such. Clearly, a $200 million direct appropriation runs counter to the original intent of the trust and is a very inappropriate way to spend limited taxpayer resources. This is an obvious giveaway to Speaker Pelosi and the powerful elites in San Francisco that support her, and the U.S. taxpayer gets stuck with a bill. This amendment would reduce the obscene amount proposed for this suspect earmark and will also prohibit the trust from using taxpayer funds on any of the pristine golf courses, high-end hotels, or luxury homes and apartments in the Presidio. In addition, this amendment will delay this pet project from being funded until the legitimate maintenance backlog hampering our federal lands is completed first. The current backlog is over $20 billion. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields, and anyone wish to be recognized on
Yes, sir.
the amendment?
Cohen?
Mr. Cohen, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I want to commend you for your not showing the biting of your tongue and your gracious and hospitable way that you run our committee. And I want to let Mr. Graves know that I, and I'm sure many others on both sides of the aisle, feel badly for the people in Louisiana. It's a terrible natural disaster, and we're trying to stop them in the future. I remember when I was down there with Mr. Graves and flew over Grand Isle and some of those places, and I feel terrible, and I commend him for what he's doing. On this particular amendment, the Presidio is a national place of honor, a beautiful location that the nation appreciates. Sure, San Francisco gets it more because it's there, but the Presidio and the view of the San Francisco Bay and the Golden Gate Bridge is something that all Americans who go to San Francisco, which is an American city and one of the great American cities, get to enjoy. Sometimes I kind of think in a little bit of a selfish and very selfish way, and that Speaker Pelosi gets maybe a little bit more, and some of the leaders get a little bit more in some of these bills. Well, the truth is they should. If it weren't for her working 24/7, and she does it to keep this place going, we wouldn't be going. And she does more for America than any other member I would submit of this Congress times 10. So I support the proposal. I'm against the amendment, and I hope that we don't have more of these, and you won't hear from me again. This is my only contribution to this debate. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I would.
Gentleman is recognized, sir.
Sure. First, I'd like to start by saying I hope Representative Cohen claims that last statement on the FEC charts as an in-kind contribution to the Speaker and her ongoing efforts to run Congress and get reelected. Next, I would like to say that with my fair amount of real estate background, I would like to acknowledge that that property we're talking about is some of the most valuable real estate in the world. And if we would have someone in charge of it to manage it properly, not only could we get it from operating in the red into the black, but we could really generate a positive result for the people of the nation in the form of expanded access, education, whatever, but a revenue stream. I mean, this is valuable property, and I don't know who we have running it, but I would love to go over there and manage that property for a year or two and show folks what to do with valuable real estate, because quite frankly, they are squandering an incredible opportunity. And so for us to continue to throw taxpayers' dollars at it is just, it amazes me that we can't do a better job than that. So I would urge my colleagues on this hearing to support the representative from Colorado's amendment. Thank you. And I would yield the balance of my time to the representative from Colorado if she would indeed need it.
Thank you. I will take that.
I
just cannot believe that we're sitting in the Natural Resource Committee praising Speaker Pelosi for so-called work that she's done. I mean, there's threats of putting razor wire up around the People's House again. All she's done is isolate us from the American people. And last I checked, she took the same oath of office that I did, and I'm a member of Congress just like she is. So no, she should not. No leader should get more added to a bill and should be able to spend more of the taxpayers' money just because they are speaker or leader or whatever leadership role that they are in. Just like I said, the American taxpayer is not the philanthropist that they were looking for this trust. And just because she is speaker doesn't mean she gets to bloat this bill that way. That is gross that any member of Congress would come into a committee room and sing praises and say because somebody works, because somebody is Speaker of the House, they get to add things to a bill selfishly, and that's okay. I too will be looking for that FEC in-kind contribution from the gentleman from the Bad Hair Caucus. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields, gentleman yields back. Any other wish to address?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, I really appreciate the remarks by Representative Cohen because it fully takes the mask off what this is all about. Anyone that has a sense of decorum, that has a sense of respect for the taxpayer, you're going to vote for this amendment by the representative from Colorado. This truly is, the mask just came off. This is the Pelosi payoff. This is where somebody puts themselves before their office, where the words does not isn't even considered with something like this, that simply because you've been the speaker and you've had all kinds of activity that you do, I would not say results, all you have to do is look at the American economy, Afghanistan, and many other things to understand how badly our country has gone awry. And now you have a payoff to the speaker just because she's a speaker. I mean, it was just admitted here that that's what is going on because of the enormous time that she gives. You know, the rest of us give our time to our constituents also. And if this is the standard, God help the House of Representatives. And what is happening here is this is Speaker Pelosi's needs before the parks of the United States that the American people would like to see get fixed up. Vote for Representative Boebert's amendment if you have a sense of decency for the House of Representatives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized in the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Mr. Chairman, if the speaker really was working for the American people and cared about the American people, instead of packing this bill with pork, I think she would have Congress back here in DC working on issues like how do we get Americans out of Afghanistan that are still there? How do we vet people who are evacuated from Afghanistan who may not have been vetted before they're brought here? How do we get disaster relief to the Gulf Coast and the states who've had all the flooding and the devastation from the hurricane? I think if the speaker really cared about the country, she would be here. She would have us all back here working on issues to address the massive wildfires and drought in the West. I think she would be here having us all work on how we secure the southern border. But the speaker's prerogative is to put $200 million into a bloated spending bill for her special interest. And there's all kinds of irony here. This is probably the epitome of why this bill is so bad. But even if you look at the Presidio Trust, it says no cost to taxpayers. When it was founded, it said there would be no cost to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, for $200 million, you can fix the national park backlog in my district in 2 parks. You can fix that for $200 million.
Ranking Member Westerman, the audio has been interrupted.
Sorry about that. Are we,
Okay,
are we good now?
We're good, yeah.
I was just saying that instead of spending $200 million on Speaker Pelosi's golf course, one that, as has already been mentioned, there was a request that went out for $200 million to fix up one of the buildings there, and they didn't raise the money, so now they're going to let the taxpayers foot the bill. I also find it highly ironic that if you look at the powerful Presidio Trust board members, that they've made political contributions, or actually mega donors, to Speaker Pelosi. They've contributed $18.8 million to Speaker Pelosi and the DCCC. And another bit of irony is that just in June, they made a $1 million contribution to the DCCC, and now here we are in September with a $200 million gift back to the Presidio Trust. I know the taxpayers in my district don't want to fund Nancy Pelosi's golf course, and they don't want to fund, they don't want their taxpayer dollars going to fund a piece of real estate that's in one of the most wealthy parts of the country, just a few miles from the San Francisco Financial District. So I support the gentlelady's amendment. I support not wasting taxpayer dollars on political payoffs, and I encourage everyone to vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else?
This is Gosar.
Mr. Gosar, you're recognized.
Yeah, once again, I agree with everything that has been said to this period and point. Once again, it shows us that taxpayers are bailing out, leadership, regardless of what side. I mean, this is a process that has to stop. We make an agreement, and then we come back and renege on that agreement. We have the taxpayers bail us out. We are better than that. We are better than that. We're better than the big bridges that occupied back in the day, about 6 or 8 years ago, when no earmarks were allowed, but leadership got them regardless. So from this standpoint, we need to start making contracts that we keep, not contracts that we keep changing the goalposts and having the American people bail people out. I find it flawed. I think we ought to stop this practice, and we ought to be treated like anybody else. The thing I look at is we ought to be leading by example, and the speaker ought to be leading by example by not putting herself before anybody else, and that includes the American taxpayer. With that, I hope that everybody will vote with this vote on this amendment, and caution everybody: should you vote for it? Or should you not vote for it? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
This is Gomert. I'd like to be recognized.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. This is of such great concern. We have so much in the way of backlog for national forests, national parks, Corps of Engineer lakes. There's so many problems, and I was just traveling with a very poor county judge, because 2 of my counties have a great deal of national forest. Others have some, but not to that extent. And one of the county judges had showed me back in the late 80s, in the system that was set up when the local governments agreed to provide the land for national forests, they were going to get 25% of all of the revenue that came from harvesting the pine trees. They're a wonderfully renewable resource. The older they get, the less carbon they sequester. So it is great to have the cycle going. And unfortunately, the federal government isn't harvesting these renewable resources like they used to. So in the late 80s, when one year this rural county got 1.6 million as their 25%, a couple of years ago it was down to 64,000. And that's what they have for their schools and roads. It is just incredible the damage that the federal government is doing to these counties by reneging on the deal that was made when they provided all this acreage for the national forests in those counties. And I was traveling with a county judge and a couple of commissioners. Their county's being devastated even further, in addition to storm damage from this spring or back in February. And the Forest Service has blocked roads so that people cannot travel into the forest, so that it cannot draw economic benefit to the area. They are shutting down boat ramps on Lake Sam Rayburn, a huge lake there here in East Texas, and shutting them down to prevent further economic use and help for the area. And it's all because all of these, the roads, the boat ramps, everything is deteriorating, and the forests are getting worse. They're not being properly maintained. And it's all part of the massive backlog of maintenance and upkeep that need to be done. And I just can't understand why we couldn't have at least a temporary or partial respite in this massive spending, whether it's golf courses or whatever, until we start living up to the agreements that were made with these counties that have become extremely poor and have put people in desperate situations in these counties because they can't improve their situation because of what the national government, the federal government, is doing to them in not keeping their promises. So I appreciate very much my friend Congresswoman Boebert's amendment, and would encourage everybody to vote for it so that we can finally use some money for upkeep instead of political payoffs. So I thank you for the time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Let me recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Like all other amendments regarding the Presidio, I oppose this one as well. The amendment would provide the Presidio Trust with $1, which still wouldn't be available until the Secretary of Interior certifies that the National Park Service has completely addressed the entirety of its deferred maintenance backlog. Among the many investments that are prioritized in this bill is $200 million for infrastructure and deferred maintenance at the Presidio of San Francisco. Presidio is a unit of the National Park System, owned and operated by the Presidio Trust. The trust is fully owned government corporation that is statutorily required to manage the Presidio with earned dollars. And like everywhere else, the pandemic of the last year plus has affected that, and deep reductions in revenue, and the organization needs support and a lifeline. And so, like all national parks, the Presidio has deferred maintenance. You know, it is, after all, a 19th century Army fort, and we've invested in addressing those. And you know, the focus of on deferred maintenance doesn't have to postpone other priorities, which is exactly what this amendment would end up doing. So I oppose the amendment. It's a poison pill to derail our effort to do the agenda that is before us today, and I urge a no vote. And you know, it's really tempting to go back and forth on everything else associated with the comments of my colleagues aimed at the speaker, at various other theories, and it would be good to go back and forth and try to correct the record, or at least, but you know, that's not what. There's a place and a time, and that place and time is coming. But I really think that today, trying to focus on the business in front of us is my priority, and but the members' ability to within their recognized time to say and address issues is entirely of their choice. So with that, let me now move to the next amendment.
Whoa.
Are we going to vote on this amendment?
Vote.
You know what? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Boebert Amendment number 1 to the ANS. Members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Let me pause. Members opposed can unmute. Please indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a recorded vote so we could get members on record paying this Pelosi political payout.
Gentle lady is asking for a recorded vote, and the recorded vote will be postponed pursuant to prior announcement.
Mr. Lowen. Nice.
Representative Graves, you have the next amendment designated number 3 to the ANS, and you are recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our next amendment. Our next amendment, what it would do is it would take the $200 million that was randomly put toward the Presidio Trust, and it would make those funds available for recreational opportunities for Gold Star families, for veterans and for active duty military. Mr. Chairman, I don't have to tell you about the incredible sacrifice that our veterans, especially just the amazing sacrifice that our Gold Star families have made for our country, and to see just these absurd amounts of dollars, $3.5 trillion being spent, and little being done to actually benefit priorities of real Americans, and to recognize those that have worked so hard, that have offered so much for our country, I think is really just awful policy. And so we want to help provide an opportunity and help to recognize those veterans and those veteran families that have sacrificed so much for our nation, for our freedoms, for the freedom of every single American, and to recognize, again, the Gold Star families, to recognize those active duty military men and women, to recognize our veterans, and just ensure that they have the opportunity to have outdoor recreational opportunities. As you well know, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of science that shows the relationship between psychological health and outdoor recreation opportunities. Certainly, our veterans have go through a lot. I think they deserve this. They're underpaid and not recognized as much as they should. Although we've tried to make some progress with that in recent years. So I just urge you to think carefully about this amendment. I'd urge you to support this. I think it's good policy. I think it's a good prioritization of dollars. And as we all know, Mr. Chairman, the Presidio Trust, all this is this is just a gift for the speaker. This isn't anything that Americans have recognized as a priority. We shouldn't just have veterans in the immediate vicinity of this area that, as we know, there are very few veterans in that area because they can't afford to live there. So let's make recreational opportunities for all Americans, not just for Speaker Pelosi's constituents. I'll say it one more time. I think this is a great reprioritization of dollars to go toward things that would benefit all Americans, and not just Speaker Pelosi's constituents or those that live in an incredibly affluent area of the United States. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there Anyone that wishes to be recognized on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Ben's here.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build on what Congressman Graves said, I just want to read a bit about Pacific Heights, which is the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the Presidio. Pacific Heights is a posh residential enclave known for its architecturally significant homes, including the opulent Spreckles Mansion and the 1886 Haas Lithenhall House. It goes on to say, Pacific Heights, high atop the hills of the Pacific Heights neighborhood, sits what has been coined Billionaires Row. This prestigious neighborhood features the largest homes in the city, with mansions owned by business moguls such as Larry Ellison of Oracle, PayPal creator David Sachs, and Mark Pincus, who's the creator of Farmville. Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree more with the amendment, support it, and would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Graves Amendment number 3? Hearing none, let me recognize myself. The amendment strikes a section intended to support the Presidio Trust and redirects those resources to projects intended to improve outdoor opportunities for active duty military members, veterans, and Gold Star family members. And it's a worthy cause, no doubt. And I acknowledge the gentleman's effort to draw attention to the benefits veterans derive from access to our public lands. And in fact, as you indicated, the Presidio itself is home to many sites that honor our veterans and their service to this nation of ours, including the San Francisco National Cemetery. Like all national parks, the Presidio has deferred maintenance. And however, like all the amendments that have been filed today that deal with the Presidio, I oppose the amendment, support the investment strategy proposed in the committee print, and urge a no vote. Hearing no further debate.
Gosar.
Mr. Gosar, you're recognized.
Yeah, once again, I want to rise to support the gentleman's amendment. Once again, we should be leading by example. We should be leading by upholding contracts that we've made in prior Congresses in regards to parks, set-asides, regardless. I think, particularly in this day of what we've seen happen around the world, our veterans are really out there. They've been put on an island psychologically, particularly in the last 3 to 4 weeks, and maybe even leading up to the last 6 months. So from that standpoint, I would implore us to remove this from this packet. I would actually ask that the gentlelady from California, the speaker, remove it, showing good faith to the American people and do things right accordingly. This is nothing but a set aside for wealthy donors. Let's do what's right. Let's put the people before a special interest. And with that, I would ask that everybody support Mr. Graves' amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Chairman Webster here. Webster.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Boebert and also Representative Graves for bringing forth this issue, especially though with Representative Graves, the idea of benefiting the veterans especially the five-star families and just so many other things that is a picture of a debt we can't repay. We owe every veteran and every person who's sacrificed and their families. We owe them a debt and we'll never repay it. This would be one way we could move towards paying that debt. This is an important issue. It's money that sounds like it's been spent in a maybe not the right way. But even if we had all the money we wanted and we had a balanced budget, it's still, this would be the right amendment. And I am so grateful for it being brought forward, and I approve this, and I would urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Graves Amendment 3? Hearing none. Hearing none, I will now pause for members to unmute who are in favor and indicate by saying aye.
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 And again, on the question of the Graves Amendment 3, members who are opposed, please unmute and indicate by voting, by saying no.
No.
No. Mr. Chairman?
No. And opinion of chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, Graves?
Yes, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Gentlemen request a recorded vote, and the vote is postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Tiffany, you have the next amendment designated number 4 to the ANS. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have been given two very good alternatives rather than going along with the Pelosi payoff. To put money into our parks, as the gentlewoman from Colorado has proposed. The Veterans Initiative, which would move money to people who truly deserve to be compensated by our federal government for their sacrifice. I'm going to give you a third option here today for all of our members to do what's right here, and that is the wildfire firefighter amendment. If you remember, you brought in a wildland firefighter, Reva Duncan. It was a number of months ago, back in the early part of this 21-22 session. Reva Duncan came in and told a terrific story about how they are not compensated appropriately and the harm that has happened some of these wildland firefighters that can't handle the stress of the intense wildfires that we've had in the western United States as a result of improper land management. If you remember, Ms. Duncan was in tears talking about them not being paid appropriately, the working conditions being far beyond what most people should have. And partly because, and she acknowledged, we chose a tough profession, fighting fires, in particular wildland fires. And but she said we should at least have the basics, and we should at least be compensated fairly. So what this amendment does is it moves the money from the Pelosi payoff out in Presidio into compensating those people that are fighting these wildfires that have been building for decades. We've been warned about what was going to happen as a result of the lack of management on our national forest lands. And it is all coming to fruition now as a result of the lack of management. And these people are at the front lines and they're bearing the brunt of it. Let's make sure that we compensate them appropriately. So I really urge, if you can't vote to improve our parks, if you can't vote to move money to our veterans rather than putting it in to the Pelosi Park project, consider doing this. Because let's be really honest about this. And I really appreciate the candor of the representative from Tennessee when he said, this is all about the speaker and all the hard work that she's put in, and she deserves to have something that comes to her neighborhood up in Billionaires Row, as we just heard, in Pacific Heights in San Francisco. The speaker's going to be gone here after this session, you guys. You should make sure that you're not gone with her by voting for stuff that is contrary to the interests of the American people. I urge you, if you can't vote for parks, if you can't vote for veterans, then at least vote for our wildland firefighters. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ben's here.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to build on that which we just heard and in support of the amendment, I want to point out the challenges out here in Oregon, Washington, even California, Montana, Idaho, finding people to fight fires. It's been extraordinarily difficult. We have literally thousands of people trying their best to put out some 40 fires that are burning right now. In fact, the smoke from those fires has been filling up the area where I live here in the eastern part of Oregon for literally weeks. We've been breathing smoke from these fires that men and women are doing their best to put out. It's an incredible challenge. And going back to this $200 million, it's odd that we don't see an amendment that just amends the originating legislation for the Presidio that would place the Presidio on a level playing field with all of the other federal parks that need help. Why does it suddenly get this priority when there are many, many other public land spaces that need help? Why is this suddenly given the green light when there are so many other spaces that need the money? Frankly, I'm bringing an amendment later that we'll, of course, talk about that points out the lack of prioritization that's in this entire bill. But this we're focused on, of course, now moving this money over to the firefighters. I couldn't agree more. I support the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Chair, if I could.
Number 4.
Mr. Chair.
Who was? Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree. You know, we're talking about a $200 million gift to some of the most valuable real estate in the world. I can't stress that enough. In the world. All it would take is proper management of those lands, and they could not only maintain their own properties, but they could generate additional revenue for other much needed investments around the state and around the country, whether that's going into other parks, whether that's going into roads, whether that's going into school systems. We're missing an opportunity here, quite frankly, to properly fund the other priorities that we all have established. Right here in Montana, if we were just simply to direct some of that money right here, I just got my morning update from the Natural Resources Department here within the state. And as of 9 o'clock this morning, we have 42 active fires. That includes 20 uncontained large fires. We have nearly 1 million acres of land that's already been burned here within my state. Almost 1 million acres. And with just state funds alone, they've expended over $50 million. So if we could just shift these funds over to some of these other urgent priorities, the nation would be much better served. So again, I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Mr. Rosendale, would you yield to Representative Tiffany?
I will yield the balance of my time to Representative Tiffany, gladly.
Tiffany?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Rosendale. So that smoke that they talked about out in Oregon, well, we're seeing it here in the Midwest also. It is polluting the Midwest, and it has been all summer. But isn't it ironic that here is the $200 million going to Pacific Heights, San Francisco, when the home of the elite environmental organizations, the rich environmental organizations that shut down logging over the last few decades in the Western states, that have precipitated much of the problems we have with wildfires, because disease and pestilence, dying trees were not cleaned up as they should have been. And it was as a result of those organizations in San Francisco, funded by those billionaires on billionaires row oftentimes, that stopped the very management practices that should have happened in the Western states. I would think if you have a conscience at all, you would say, if you're in San Francisco, the least we can do is pay those wildland firefighters a decent wage to fix the problem that we created out in San Francisco. I yield back to the gentleman from Montana.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yield back.
And I would yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Tiffany number 4? Let me recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment strikes the section intends to support the Presidio Trust and redirects the money to wildfire issues addressed elsewhere in the bill. Committee Democrats have prioritized communities, ecosystems, and federal employees in our effort to address the wildfire crisis. This subtitle already invests $1 billion for wildfire management, including federal and tribal wildland firefighters. I acknowledge the gentleman's efforts to draw attention to the men and women on the front lines of climate change, but like all amendments filed today that deal with the Presidio, I oppose this amendment and support the investment strategy that is proposed in the committee print. Furthermore, the additional investment of $3.5 billion in civilian climate corps programs will help train the next generation of land managers, park rangers, and of course, wildland firefighters. I think that significant amendment and other amendments across all these priorities will go a long ways to protecting the climate and supporting jobs and security. At the same time, I believe we can support the Presidio as part of our shared heritage and history. And with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Yes, Gosar once again.
Mr. Gosar, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to echo what Mr. Tiffany is, the gentleman from Wisconsin has talked about. You know, we talk about climate change, we talk about greenhouse gases, and yet one of the most polluting events is a catastrophic wildfire, probably second only to a volcanic eruption. The release of heavy metals, the release of methane, the release of particulates that are catastrophic to people with lung and breathing problems. You know, once again, we're spending money we don't have. Once again, we're spending money on behalf of people that can afford it. We're spending money for an area that does not frankly deserve this from the American taxpayers. Once again, it shows preoccupation with giving the speaker something that really shouldn't happen. They made an agreement, they didn't follow through, and therefore they shouldn't have any other benefits with that. And so from that standpoint, if we're not going to address the wildfire, we could spend a whole lot more than what is in the budget in regards to fire and the preservation of our forest and to actually get people there to maintain it. The chairman knows the problem in Arizona. It's cataclysmic. We've breached it so far to having a minor to a moderate fire season just because we had a very nice monsoon season. But that's not what's happened in the Northwest and the far West and up in Montana, Idaho, and the Washington and Oregon areas. So once again, I think I know we're harping on this, but an example is important to show that we live by the same manner that we expect the citizens of this country. So with that, I would ask everybody to vote on behalf of Mr. Tiffany's amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Tiffany amendment number 4 to the ANS. I'll pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I will now pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Chairman, may we have a recorded vote on this amendment?
Yes, and the recorded vote being requested will be the vote postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. With that, let me now, Representative Westerman, you have the next amendment designated number 2 to the ANS. You are recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And like many of these other amendments, this amendment would direct the $200 million Presidio payout for Speaker Pelosi to something more worthwhile, something much more worthwhile. Mr. Chairman, I dare say that any member on this committee could look in their district, especially if you've got any kind of federal land, Park Service, Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife. And just like in my district, I could find a lot of uses for $200 million. As I stated before, you could take care of the maintenance backlog for all the Park Service for 2 national parks in my district for much less than $200 million. Maybe this committee, if we're going to start talking about who works hard on certain issues, maybe this committee should be doing an amendment to split all this up among all of our districts. But that's not what this committee should be about. And if we're going to spend $200 million, instead of spending it on Speaker Pelosi's very wealthy district, again, on a piece of property that when it was established said no taxpayer funds would be used on the property. It's amazing this amendment even got dreamed up and stuck in this bill, but I think it speaks volumes about the whole bill. But my amendment would direct this money to remembering the lives lost nearly 20 years ago on September 11th. President Biden once famously said, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value." And leaving this line item in this bill for Speaker Pelosi's golf course, I think is going to show America what people who vote for it value. The heart of this amendment is a simple one. What do you value? Supporting the $200 million earmark for the Speaker, or supporting the memorials that honor and ensure we never forget the tragedy that was 9/11? As we sit here just 2 days from the 20th anniversary of one of the darkest days in American history, when over 3,000 Americans lost their lives in the heinous terrorist attacks of 9/11, there's a genuine need to invest in the memorials that we have built to honor those lost. Since COVID-related closures in March of 2020, austerity measures have been taken to reduce budgets and eliminate staff at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. 60% of their staff was laid off in July 2020, over 200 people, and current visitation is only approximately 15% of what it was in 2019. This has caused the foundation that runs the museum to suffer a 95% loss in revenues in 2020. Despite these lower revenues, their costs remain as high as they must keep a constant security presence. In fact, security alone costs the memorial $1 million per month. The 9/11 Memorial and Museum is currently planning to lead the world in commemorating the 20th anniversary of 9/11 attacks. Honoring those lost through this investment is an appropriate way to ensure we never forget their sacrifices. It's painfully clear that the 9/11 Memorial and Museum not only needs this money more, but that it is far more worthy cause. It's a cause that I think most Americans would agree to on spending $200 million taxpayer dollars. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment, and I hope if we don't spend it on the 9/11 Memorial that we take the line item out of the bill, because it definitely doesn't belong there and it doesn't belong anyplace else. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, Matt's here.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there is some, I guess, justice, if you will, in where the money's coming from that we're talking about this $200 million, because apparently the information I have so far is that there's going to be an increase in taxes on the most wealthy, and I guess those folks living up in Pacific Heights are going to be paying for this improvement to their backyard. That aside, the real question is, again, one of prioritization. And we see this throughout this bill, that the money is being thrown at these different spaces with little regard to actually how it's going to be spent and what's going to happen to it. And that's why I appreciate this amendment, support this amendment, because at least it takes this money and directs it into a space where we all need it, all know it needs to go. This is an opportunity, though, to talk very briefly about where the money is coming from and why it's so important that we do a much better job than this bill reflects in spending this money. And the reason is there are many who would say that this $200 million is going to come from very wealthy people and corporations. I would call out something that everybody knows but nobody says, and that is when a corporation pays a tax, it simply passes it on to the very people who acquire its products. And that means that everybody across the United States that buys anything from anybody that's a corporation is actually paying these bills, paying this $200 million that's going for this unprioritized use. And so I would strongly recommend that as we look at each one of these expenditures, we recall who's actually going to be paying it. And to simply defer to the fact that it's going to be corporations is to not tell the full story. The people that buy stuff from corporations are the ones that will be paying more. And this $200 million will be looked at later as something that should have been considered in light of who's actually paying the bill. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Else wish to be recognized? If not, let me recognize myself in opposition to the Westerman Amendment number 2. It strikes funding for the Presidio and directs it toward grants under the 9/11 Memorial Act. As we approach, this 20th anniversary that Mr. Westerman mentioned of the 9/11 attacks, we should be coming together as a country to reflect on the events that has informed and defined so much of the last 2 decades of American domestic and foreign policy. Instead, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to use the events in Afghanistan, our veterans, 9/11 as political cannon fodder on an overall attack on the climate change efforts that are within this investment agenda that you have before you. Ironically, the 9/11 memorial is somewhat of an analogous to the Presidio, in that Congress decided to establish them both as independent entities apart from the National Park Service, requiring them to come back to Congress in order to receive assistance. This is why we created the 9/11 Memorial Grant Fund to specifically support the site at Ground Zero, which received money as recently as last year. Here we are investing in supporting the Presidio, a unit of the National Park System managed on behalf of all Americans. And so I would urge my colleagues to see what this amendment is, an attempt to undermine our overall efforts here today. And I would urge opposition. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Stauber from Minnesota.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have to tell you that it is really appalling to me that the speaker gets $200 million of pet projects in her city. As our ranking member said, wouldn't it be nice if we all were able to get that and invest in our communities? I think this is not the way this funding was meant to be, to give the speaker and the power she holds, this money for her pet project. And you can see, I don't believe that the speaker should, because of her position and her wealth, that she should get this, and other members of Congress shouldn't. I think the general public, when they see this, they are appalled with a pet project like this, And I think that goes throughout Congress. And so I'm very, very concerned that this type of thing is happening. And I support the ranking member's comments that her position and her power and her wealth should not dictate this $200 million specifically to her district. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana.
Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I actually want to revisit your comments. Mr. Chairman, you just referred to Afghanistan veterans and September 11th as political fodder. Mr. Chairman, I refer to those as lives, as Americans, as folks who sacrificed the ultimate sacrifice. I got to tell you, I'm really shocked, appalled, disgusted at calling the people that this administration left in Afghanistan, the people who died in Afghanistan as a result of the irresponsible actions, fodder. I wonder if I should call the people behind me fodder as well. I don't think that'd go over well, and it certainly isn't how I feel. Mr. Chairman, this entire package is so insulated from America and its authorities right now. I haven't heard a single constituent say, hey, you know what? I want you to fund Presidio Trust. None. I had to look it up. I didn't know what in the world it was. Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you. What is the entrance fee? What do the locals pay for using that facility? I yield. Mr. Chairman, certainly if we're given 200 million, certainly if we're given 200 million to a group, you're aware of how much they're bringing in.
It's my understanding that entrance into the Presidio area and grounds is free.
You're reclaiming my time. So, Mr. Chairman, let me get this straight. So a lot of folks that are on this this committee have park and wildlife units that are in their district, and they have entrance fees. I know I've paid it at Yellowstone and Yosemite and Glacier and other parks. And so here we have one of the richest areas in the nation, and they don't entrance fee, and we're going to take $200 million of our children's and grandchildren's future that it's going to end up costing billions of dollars by the time the absurd inflation rates and interest on this debt is accumulated to pay for millionaires and billionaires to go walk in a park for free. Does that really make sense? Mr. Chairman, the members' amendment is entirely a recalibration of priorities. It does what Americans would want. Why don't we put this vote before the country and see what they want? Presidio or 9/11 survivors and memorial? I mean, this is crazy. Mr. Chairman, I urge you to revisit your position to support this amendment. And I yield.
Mr. Graves, will you yield your remaining time?
The gentleman yield back, and anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I would yield time to the ranker Westerman, please.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Westerman, sir.
Thank the gentleman from Montana, and want to associate myself with the comments from the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. But I doubt many Americans, I'd never heard of Presidio Park, even though I had been by it before. But I promise you, everybody's heard of what happened on 9/11. And to go along with Mr. Graves' question about what does it cost to get in the park, I don't know if it cost anything to get in, but I know it cost $120 to play a round of golf there on the very nice golf course. And I just want to, again, talk about the optics here. we're coming through a pandemic. Employers can't find people to work. We've got Americans left in Afghanistan. We've got people coming into our country. We don't know if they've been vetted both out of Afghanistan and across the southern border. We've got hurricanes, wildfires, and drought. Yet the speaker's priority seems to be $200 million for her golf course. And on top of the fact that this park was set up so that it was not supposed to have any taxpayer money, they asked for a $200 million donation. They couldn't get it. So now I guess they've asked the speaker for donation from the American people. The same group that donated $18.8 million to Speaker Pelosi and the DCCC, and also has done maximum donations to other members on this committee. So I don't think the optics are very good to include a $200 million payout for this park, especially when we could be spending it on something like the 9/11 memorial. That's why I offered this amendment. I hope the majority will vote for it. But if they don't, I guess that's the message to the American people of where the priorities lie, like President Biden said. Again, I ask everyone to support this amendment. I yield back to the gentleman from Montana.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to add on to that, and while that nice graphic is over the Ranker's shoulder, and tell you that I visited Yellowstone Park about 3 weeks ago and looked at the needs that are in line for that park. We're not talking about just the structures where the actual rangers, the park rangers and the employees live, because it is so isolated. They're not just across the bay from these monumental and very expensive communities. They are miles away from any type of housing whatsoever. They could only dream to live in the guest house of what is displayed back behind the Ranker's shoulder. If they could take one little room from what is being displayed over his shoulder and be able to utilize it to have a warm, dry place to sleep at night so that they could go in and perform their duties the next day. Those structures are actually falling down. The water system is 100 years old. It's decaying. They've got a sewer plant that absolutely raises stench for about a quarter-mile radius around the site because the sewer plant needs so many upgrades. And meanwhile, they're not able to receive the funds that are so necessary to perform these upgrades to vital infrastructure. And what I'm talking about is true infrastructure. Meanwhile, we're going to take and send $200 million as a gift to Speaker Pelosi's backyard in an area, if I haven't said it, let me say it again, is some of the most valuable real estate in the world, and that they can't pay their own bills. I would urge everyone to please support the Ranker's amendment so that we can direct these funds to something that is certainly worthwhile, which is our folks from the that we lost during 9/11.
Gentleman yields.
And I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the Westerman Amendment number 2?
Yes, Gosar.
Mr. Gosar.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's been said, but once again, it is about those priorities. You know, we say one thing, we talk about the very rich and the powerful, and yet we allow them to backlog on a contract. Put their money where their mouth is. That's where it should be. I hear it all the time from the other side of the aisle. Nonstop. The oil companies, the coal companies, the mining companies. You know, when is a contract a contract and you uphold that contract? The other thing I don't hear is I only hear the chairman talking about this. Where does the majority over there sit? You know, this is going to be an issue that's going to pop up at this next election because it's a dichotomy. It shows you that you say one thing, but you do something else. It shows that the old way in Washington, D.C. is still the way. is that if you're in the seat of power, you get the special gimmies that other people don't get. Your priorities are above and everybody else's and what is actually needed for the general welfare and good. This is sad. This is actually sad. And that's coming from somebody like myself who's actually called out my side for the very same thing. When does this stop? When does it stop? This is pathetic what we're having to see here. And if you think it's going away, it's not going away. We need to prioritize appropriately. We need to hold people to contracts that they establish. And if they don't, it reverts back. That should be the will of the people. That's the will of the people that I talk to all the time. In fact, talked to them last night. The ranking member has got it right, as well as all the rest of these amendments that we actually tried to put here. We have tried to make it show you that your priorities are mistaken. They're seriously mistaken. And we're giving you every avenue, every single avenue to change your course. Remember this day in September. I yield back.
Hey, well, the gentleman, you.
Time, Mr. Gomer from Texas.
Mr. Gomer,
Yes.
sorry, I yielded to you.
Yeah. Just very quickly, look, I hate to keep bringing up the park at Presidio, but we know that the speaker had a Capitol Police Station opened in San Francisco for what, I don't know, but just like on Capitol Hill, they're subject to the direction of the speaker. So, if she wants to send them out to this wealthy area to have them act as security, maybe that would save them some bucks so they could use some other way. But anyway, enough already. This is out of hand when the country is suffering from storms, but also from, I'm trying to help people get out of Afghanistan. And Blinken is now being more helpful, but he's got people under him that are stopping things. It's just a rough time to be talking about spending this kind of money when we've got people, Americans, who did want to get out of Afghanistan that are desperately trying, and we're looking at throwing money to some of the richest folks in the country. It's just not a good idea. I yield back.
And I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields and Mr. Gosar yields. Anyone else seek to be recognized? Hearing no further debate. The question is on Westerman Amendment number 2 to the ANS. Members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 Any of the chairs and noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can we get a recorded vote?
The ranking member has requested a recorded vote, and it's postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Obernaut, you have the next amendment designated number 6 to the ANS, and you're recognized, sir.
No.
Representative Obernaut, you're recognized. You have the next amendment, number 6.
One is next too, but we could go to 5 and 6.
Let me now move till the gentleman returns, or let me call on Representative Bentz. You have the next amendment designated number 6 to the ANS, and you're recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as we've heard a number of times, but it's worth repeating again, there are 70 million people suffering from drought across the Western United States. There are hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland in California, Oregon, and other states that are without water and thus won't be raising the type of crops that we absolutely need in our supermarkets across the United States. And we are creating and have lost tens of thousands of jobs as a result of not having the water to irrigate the land. I'm referring, of course, to all of these areas that are without water, but in the primary focus would actually be in California, where some million acres have been left without water in the Central Valley. The consequences of drought, it's odd when people are suffering from way too much water in the eastern United States, and yet we have none. We are literally praying for rain out here, and we hope to get some rain in the next couple of days. It'd be the first in literally months, and people seem to take some odd glee in saying, well, it's climate change. And you go, okay, whatever it is, we don't have any water. And the question is, how do we get some? Just to put it in perhaps a perspective that folks might appreciate, many people across the United States support wild horses. And wild horses there are too many of them, but nonetheless, there are wild horses across the Western United States, many of whom are dying of thirst. They don't have water. And so the question becomes, what do we do for farmers? What do we do for ranchers? What do we do for cities like Phoenix and others? What can we do? Well, my amendment reauthorizes the reclamation provisions of the WIN Act. It also would strike funding from the pollinators, mussels, and desert fish provisions of this bill, and it would transfer a modest sum under the standards created in this bill of $50 million to the emergency drought relief portion of the bill. Of course, reauthorizing the WIN Act is absolutely what we should be doing. We have to reauthorize it. It was a 5-year effort initiated by President Barack Obama back in 2016. The idea there is it would help fund water storage projects, water supply innovation technologies, and the like. Secondly, the amendment strikes, as I mentioned, from funding accounts to help pay for drought relief and places that money into drought relief. Specifically, it would cut $75 million in new programs for single species, which the Fish and Wildlife Service has previously testified that they would rather have the money go elsewhere. So good, let's put it back into drought relief. Thirdly, it would make projects under the WIN Act, storage projects, eligible for drought relief funding. Mr. Chair, this is truly a matter of how we acclimate, how we adapt to a drier, hotter future. And I know there's money in the bill for drought relief. I'm thankful for that, but we need more. That the type of money necessary to address these issues is beyond significant, and this amendment would assist in the 3 respects I've already mentioned. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Huffman here.
Mr. Huffman, sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've updated my background to show you what my district looks like right now. This is 24 hours ago, one of the areas of my district that is being ravaged by wildfire. This is the 5th consecutive year in which we've seen this kind of natural disaster wreak havoc in the communities I represent and in many of your districts across the West. So I just put this up since we're all talking a lot about the hardships and tragedies that we're dealing with in our district, to remind us that these climate catastrophes, these previews of climate catastrophe are everywhere. Many of us are trying to juggle priorities and deal with them. And I hope we all have each other's backs and care about the big picture. There's certainly no glee on my part. I haven't heard glee from any of my colleagues in talking about the linkage between climate change and these natural disasters and human tragedies that many of us are being visited with. But I think there is a sober awareness that we are late to the game, we're running out of time, and if we don't make the kind of bold investments that are before us in this reconciliation package, we're just going to see more of these disasters and worse.
Would the
So
gentleman
that
yield?
is the linkage. And with respect to Mr. Benz's amendment, I'm certainly going to continue working with him on drought relief. There is critical drought relief funding in the package that we are trying to move forward. As for the WIN Act specifically, I think the gentleman knows that I've introduced separate legislation that would reauthorize critical provisions in the WIN Act. And we can keep working on that separately. But today, we need to move this package. The amendment as drafted has procedural issues that would put investments for immediate drought response and everything else that we're trying to do today at risk. And so I do urge my colleagues to see it for that procedural defect that it is. And I would urge members to vote no, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Chair?
Gentleman yields. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, Stauber, Minnesota.
Sir, recognized.
You know, my good colleague and friend, Mr. Huffman, brings up a very good point. If you look behind him, natural disasters, I would just ask my colleague, would you support the transfer of 200 million to help yourself rather than Pelosi's pet project? Because you need it immediately. I see it in the devastation behind you. And I think we could redirect that 200 million to the priority project that you have just spoken about. That's the investment that we need, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman
May I
yields.
respond, Mr. Chair?
Yield to Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman yields to Mr. Huffman, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate the gentleman from Minnesota's concern. The truth is, we don't have to do these artificial, picking and choosing exercises, take away money from this so that you can fund that. If we need to do a supplemental to provide a disaster response, either for the fires in my district and around the West, or the hurricane that has ravaged Louisiana and the storms that hit New Jersey and New York, I think as fellow Americans, we all need to step up and provide that supplemental funding, but we don't need to use the legislation before us today to create false choices that would suggest that we care about this but not that. We can do all of it. And with that, I'll yield back.
Mr. Huffman, would you yield to me?
I think it's your time.
I've yielded back my time to the chair.
Okay, thank you. I will just say that's my exact point. Prioritizing this investment to help your community, not Pelosi's pet project of 200 million. That was my point, Mr. Huffman, and I yield.
Back. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, ask for a recorded vote.
I haven't finished unrecognizing people right now at this point, but let me recognize myself for a brief response. I want to acknowledge and associate myself with the really important point that Chairman Huffman made, and that has to do with, as we look, drought in my area, wildfires, drought, the tragedies that are before us right now, this minute, as we sit in this meeting in Louisiana and other parts of our country. The process of a supplemental and emergency funding is before us, and if it needs to be pursued, I believe it does, then you pursue it. Urgently. I also want to say that, as much as the Speaker and Nancy Pelosi is vilified time and time again as the political gotcha moment, the fact remains that she has been and continues to be one of the most effective speakers the station's had, and I'm proud to be associated with that tenure. Having said that, I also want to say that you know, to the sponsor of the amendment, there is no glee. We don't, you know, at least our side of the aisle, we don't speak with glee and say, look, it's happening just because of climate change. We have no glee in that. We have some very, very deep concerns and a deep sense of urgency to respond to that. But with that, yield back my time and inquire, is there anybody else who wishes to discuss this amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
No. Opinion of chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Sir,
thank you. I would request a recorded vote.
gentleman asked for a recorded vote, and it is postponed pursuant to prior announcements. At this point, ranking member Westerman, is there a member who wishes to offer Note number 6 on his behalf?
Yes, Chairman, I'm going to offer that amendment on behalf. I'm sorry. Which amendment?
It's number 6.
Oh, yes, that would be Mr. Stauber's going to offer that amendment.
Representative Staubert, and you have the next amendment designated Obernote number 6, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am offering this amendment on behalf of my colleague, Mr. Obernolte. This amendment does several things, including it redirects the $200 million from Pelosi's Presidio payout to addressing our deferred maintenance backlogs. It redirects the NPS climate resilient money towards fixing overcrowding at our national parks. It removes redundant urban park spending to support public-private partnerships through the NPS Centennial Challenge Fund, and adding the American Battlefield Protection Program to the bill. This is another amendment that removes the obviously partisan, unnecessary, and redundant spending from the bill in favor of programs that actually encourage private sector investments which gets real results on the ground. Nancy Pelosi is trying to push her liberal pet projects to the front of the deferred maintenance line instead of competing for funding like everybody else through the Great American Outdoors Act. This amendment provides more money for deferred maintenance so we can actually start addressing smaller projects that impact visitor services. Mr. Obernolte's amendment also directs money from the VAG climate resiliency funding and instead dedicates those funds to be spent on seeking solutions to overcrowding in our national parks. All summer long, we've heard media reports of overcrowding at our national parks as millions of Americans have gotten vaccinated and ventured outside once again. Overcrowding is a significant issue in the national park system and deserves our attention and funding. Finally, Mr. Obernolte's amendment redirects portion of the funding for historic preservation to the American Battlefield Protection Program, and also toward grants to state and tribal historic preservation offices for the development of geographic information systems mapping and electronic records of historic properties. Battlefields and sites of armed conflict are poignant reminders of the shared heritage of all Americans. As the American Battlefield Trust states, these battlefields are the places where ordinary citizens, farmers, merchants, and laborers displayed extraordinary valor fighting for independence and freedom. These are the sites where our nation was forged, and they deserve to be protected so that future generations can come to them and learn from their history. Battlefield sites also promote tourism in rural communities, drive economic
Charlie.
development,
Do you have a
create
minute
jobs,
to go over the memo?
and provide conservation benefits that stretch far beyond the
Yeah.
battlefield itself. And I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Obernolte's amendment. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and anyone else wish to be recognized in the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Hearing none, gentleman's recognized. Who wishes
Thank you,
to be
Mr. Chairman.
recognized?
Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Stauber, Mr. Obernolte for offering this amendment. Once again, this is about reprioritizing dollars in a way that truly affects America's priorities. I'll say it again. If this amendment were put to a vote before the American people, there would be overwhelming support for this amendment. Mr. Chairman, let me continue to help to communicate to the rest of the committee about the area where the Presidio exists. Within two blocks of the Presidio, for those of you that are in the market for a new house, I believe Mr. Huffman is in that area. They have two houses that are on sale for $28 million within 2 blocks. I want to help to communicate to the rest of the committee, communicate to the country where we're dumping $200 million in their funding, in taxpayer funding, really in deficit spending and debt that our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are going to be paying. So there's no entrance fee. There's no user fee. This is a community that has 2 homes for sale today for $28 million. If you're in the market, or if you would like, there was one. Excuse me. There was one for $45 million. Let me say that again. $45 million. You can buy a home within blocks of the Presidio. And so, look, this is this is great. I mean, you get $200 million in your free recreational area that the taxpayers shouldn't be putting money toward. You can live in a $28 million house. Maybe we can just divert the money to that and buy the house and just give it to somebody. That's about as brainless as this bill is. Mr. Chairman, it's really concerning that we're not spending time talking to Americans about what their priorities are. I heard Ranking Member Westerman talk about this. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Chairman. Could you please identify funds in the bill that similarly treat Republican members as Speaker Pelosi is being treated, with a $200 million slush fund for something in her area that clearly is one of the richest areas in the nation? Maybe this place is 28 million right here. Maybe that's worth 28 million. No, I guess not. But Mr. Chairman, could you answer that for me, please? Just give me a comparison of another member of Congress, particularly a Republican member, that similarly has a $200 million slush fund like Speaker Pelosi in this legislation. I yield to you for the question.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
In response to the question, I'll yield to Mr. Huffman, but before doing that, I was going to yield back. I'm not going to engage in the back and forth on those kinds of questions. They have nothing to do with the substance of what we're dealing with today. But anyway, Mr. Huffman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, putting aside the fact that the Presidio is part of one of the most visited U.S. Park Service units in the nation, that it is a national asset. If the gentleman is looking for something to be outraged about, where a Republican member of Congress gets what clearly is inappropriate preferential treatment, I would direct him to the so-called bipartisan Senate infrastructure package, where Lisa Murkowski gets a heck of a lot more than this, $25 billion in subsidies for a new LNG project in Alaska. The public won't be visiting this new LNG project. It won't be an amenity that is part of our national.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna reclaim my time here. I'm gonna reclaim my time.
Will be very outraged about that, even though it happens to
Mr.
be
Chairman?
a fossil fuel giveaway.
Gentlemen,
And with that, I'll yield back.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if my internet connection's not working well again, because our state's been trashed. But the question was, I'm sorry, maybe it didn't come across. In this legislation, could the chairman identify for me a Republican that's being treated similarly? I understand the gentleman from California is trying to answer another question, but I guess the answer to this question, the chairman was unable to answer it. The subcommittee chairman was unable to answer it. So I think that the answer is no one. No one is being treated like this, where they get a $200 million slush fund. Now, look, I also do want to respond briefly, Mr. Chairman, to the comments earlier from my friend, Mr. Huffman, about wildfires. I've read in the paper where arsonists, where power companies and others have started fires, and I am really, really sorry about that. I would never wish that upon anyone, but I also know that Mr. Westerman has legislation, and I've offered legislation amendments trying to help provide funds to improve the management of the forest to prevent these forest fires or the impacts. And I know that my friends have repeatedly objected to those. And so we are trying to help you, Mr. Huffman. And certainly, let me say it again, I would never wish a disaster upon anyone. Urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Just a small correction for the record, Mr. Graves, myself or Mr. Hoffman or myself did not refuse to answer the question. We did not. We were not unable to answer the question. That I consider non-germane, and Mr. Hoffman attempted to answer it. So there we are.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize
with that, let me
that y'all didn't have an answer to the question.
Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Obernaut Amendment number 6 to the ANS. Those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All members opposed can unmute, and all those opposed, please indicate by saying no. No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlemen request a recorded vote and is postponed pursuant to prior agreement. We now go to Abernathy number 1. Mr. Westerman, you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm honored to offer this really good amendment on behalf of my colleague, Mr. Abernathy. Mr. Chairman, we're facing some problems in this country. Just look at the backgrounds of our colleagues. Look at the background of Mr. Garrett's WebEx. Look at the forest fires in Mr. Huffman's background. Look at the issues that are really out there. Coastal degradation, increasing sea levels, wildfire, drought, hurricanes. We could all be working to fix these problems, yet we're debating a partisan bill that will do little, if anything, to address these problems. And that's why I like Mr. Abernathy's amendment, because it's actually a bipartisan amendment, because it's looking to alleviate some issues with the drought based on recommendations from the Biden administration. I was recently able to go out to the San Joaquin Valley and meet with a number of water users who are experiencing the impacts of the drought. The infrastructure that this amendment funds is critical to those water users. It's a simple amendment, like I said, that it funds 19 Bureau of Reclamation projects that were recommended by the Biden administration under the WIN Act. And it does it by eliminating the resurrected 1930s federal work program, which I don't see how anybody with a straight face can think this is going to do anything to improve forest health or climate or anything else. It's just a big government work program that's going to compete with the private sector at a time when U.S. businesses can't find labor. I think it's especially atrocious to resurrect this program, not only when private sector employers can't find people, but when there are nonprofit organizations that are doing this kind of work. We should focus more on important issues that are important to our Western communities and important to the whole country. Where this drought's occurring is in the breadbasket of our country. It's a place where all of us depend on food that's coming out of there, and that food simply can't be grown, we all know, without water. A lot of times we want to blame climate on problems that we've created ourselves. And take the wildfire issue. I've found it especially intriguing that for the past few months, every day I try to read an AP story about wildfires in the West. And I've picked up on a pattern that somewhere in that article it's going to say something about climate change over the past 30 years has caused more wildfires in the West. And it's ironic that those stories never mention anything about forest management, which was stopped about 30 years ago in the West. So sure, the climate's warming and it's drier and it increases wildfires, but we've created the problem by refusing to manage the forest. And that problem is going to continue to persist. And Republicans have offered bipartisan solutions to do forest management in a scientific way. Those ideas are rejected. The Climate Corps is not going to be able to go in and fix these problems. Look at the drought issue in the West. There's plenty of water. The state of California produces enough water to grow the crops, to provide species habitat, to meet people's needs, but it's the mismanagement of that water and the refusal to do more projects to provide abundant water is where the problem is. So let's quit blaming everything on the climate. Let's put some of the blame where it's due on our ability or inability to manage, our inability to take action, which is always a decision to take actions, which are the wrong actions, which leads to the mismanagement that gets us in a lot of these predicaments. So I think this is a common sense measure that Mr. Obernolte put out there to take money out of an antiquated works program and put it into water infrastructure in the San Joaquin Valley so that the whole country can benefit. I urge adoption of the amendment and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Ben's here.
Mr. Betts, to recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in support of the amendment, I want to further call out, if you will, the challenge that the CCC presents to private business. We heard just day before yesterday, President Biden comment that the jobs under his bill, with direct reference, under the Green New Deal portions of this bill, would pay somewhere between $45 and $50 an hour. $45 and $50 an hour plus healthcare, to quote what he said 2 days ago. And so to support the ranking member's remarks regarding the CCC and what it's going to do to private business, when they can't find people right now to work at $15, $17, $18 an hour, which is the case at least up here in Oregon, and then to suddenly have a competitor that's going to be funded by something close to $3 billion in the form of the CCC, bringing that kind of a pay scale into play, it's crazy. And so the folks right now are worried. The private business are worried about trying to find people just with the subsidy that's been provided by virtue of increased unemployment. With this at $45 to $50 an hour, what is a small business going to do? So of course I would support moving the modest sum of $244 million out of the NOAA and FWS CCC. There's far more money in that portion of the bill. There's $1.7 billion alone going to national parks for the CCC, $900 million going to the Bureau of Land Management for CCC, $400 million going to U.S. Fish and Wildlife for CCC, $500 million to the Tribal Climate Corps, again for CCC. This kind of funding for competition against private business is simply wrong. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized? If not, hearing no further debate, the question is on the Obernolte Amendment number 1 to the ANS. And all members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlemen request a recorded vote. Vote is postponed pursuant to my prior agreement. At this point, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Mr. Huffman, and we'll return very shortly to the proceedings. And Mr. Huffman, thank you very much. And the meeting's yours.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I understand that Representative Benz has the next amendment designated number 6 to the ANS. Ranking Member Benz, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we already did that one, and then we went back. So I think it's actually McClintock 2.
I apologize. So let's go to Representative McClintock for the amendment designated as number 2 to the ANS. Mr. McClintock, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, nature has just delivered its ultimatum to our generation. 5 years of historic drought caused billions of dollars of damage to California's economy. It destroyed tens of thousands of jobs, brought many communities within just months of literally running out of water, all because we couldn't store more water from wet years to assure that we had plenty in the drought years. And then back to back with this historic drought, we experienced one of the wettest periods on record. The floodgates on our dams that had been drained nearly empty were opened wide as massive torrents were released into the Pacific Ocean, all because of the very same problem. We have nowhere to store this superabundance of water for the next drought. And now the next drought has arrived. The last generation understood this, and it built the dams and aqueducts that we still rely upon today to store surplus water in wet years so that we have plenty in dry ones. In the 1970s, we abandoned these projects, sometimes in mid-construction. For example, in California, we have the Shasta Dam. Now, that was built in the 1940s to a height of 600 feet. It's designed to be 800 feet. They left it to the next generation to complete it as our needs increased. We didn't. The full raise would add 9 million acre-feet of water storage to the Sacramento system. That would almost double our storage capacity. That would cost about $7 billion. That's about 1/6 of what this bill spends. But even a partial raise of 18.5 feet, which would cost only $1.4 billion, would add more than 600,000 acre-feet of storage. Yet that's been stalled for decades by environmental opposition. Now, this bill spends no money for additional storage, yet it commits billions of dollars not only to desalination, but even $250 million to Salton Sea restoration. And my amendment would simply commit that money to storage, and specifically Shasta. The San Diego Carlsbad facility is considered the state-of-the-art success story for water desalination. According to the California Energy Commission, the average cost of water differs greatly for that county, depending on the source. The most expensive way to produce water is desalination. That costs about $2,300 per acre foot. The cheapest source is good old-fashioned water storage, dams and aqueducts. That's $600 per acre foot. So put simply, surface water storage gives us nearly 4 times as much water for the dollar as desalination. Everyone agrees we need to produce more water infrastructure. The question is, for the same price, would it be better to get 1 gallon or 4 gallons? Now, I realize this sounds self-evident to most people, but we continue to see a drive to discourage dam construction, even tear down existing dams, while we pour billions of dollars into desalination and recycling that promises only scarce and expensive water for our future. Instead of storing California's abundant rainfall before it reaches the ocean, they prefer to spend 4 times the cost of storage to reclaim the water after it's been needlessly lost to the sea. So abundance or storage or shortage. We could spend $1.4 billion to raise Shasta Dam by 18 feet, or spend $1 billion for another Carlsbad desalination plant. But here's the difference. Shasta would yield as much as 630,000 acre feet each year. Carlsbad produces about 56,000 acre feet. To put another way, for 40% more than the cost of Carlsbad, we could get 1,200% more water. And consider this, when water is drawn out of Shasta, it generates enough electricity to supply about 710,000 homes. When water is drawn out of Carlsbad, it consumes 1/4 megawatt for every acre foot of water produced. So in other words, Carlsbad consumes enough electricity to power 250 homes in order to produce enough water for 1 home. Let's talk about the Salton Sea for a second. It's not a sea at all. It's a sink created by an engineering accident in 1905. Although the lake beds held water in past millennia, climate change eliminated it around the 16th century during a period called the Little Ice Age. Ever since, this colossal environmental mistake has been perpetuated by using surplus Colorado River water. As that surplus is claimed for other purposes, water flow to the Salton Sea is decreased, and the accidental lake continues to obey nature's preference that it dry up. Instead of spending $250 million to squander our fresh water on a Salton Sea and paying 4 times the price for water through desalination, This amendment would spend that money to store the fresh water at Shasta to assure future water abundance. I urgently request your support and yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment? Seeing no one, I will recognize myself. This amendment seeks to cut funding for Salton Sea projects and water technology investments and directs funds to a controversial proposed water storage project in California that the state of California has found to violate state law. It is an illegal project. It is not going to happen. Funding for water storage does happen to be included to the tune of more than $1 billion in the infrastructure bill that we hope to be voting on sometime later this month. This specific project was barred from receiving funds in that bill because it is not only controversial, it is illegal. So today's bill makes investments that address multiple funding gaps in the bipartisan infrastructure bill. This amendment would disrupt our attempt to make these critical investments. So I urge my colleagues to see this for what it is. It's an attempt to undermine our efforts here today, and I ask them to join me in opposing it. And with that, I will yield back. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Benz here.
All right, Mr. Benz, you're recognized.
Thank you. And let me take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Chair, for your support of the WIN Act extension. We truly appreciate that effort. And I just want to say in regard to Shasta, certainly not in my district, but I'm certainly aware of it for all the reasons you're all too aware of too when it comes to the Klamath and other spaces in Southern Oregon and Northern California. But I just want to point out the consequences of not having that water in the Central Valley. And I had occasion, of course, to mention earlier that if we had that additional water, we wouldn't have had to dry up close to 1 million acres of land in California, and the incredible damage that that's doing to the literally, I think the number I read was between 200,000 and 300,000 farm workers down in that space that are being hurt by virtue of not having jobs. And so just want to call out that it may be the law in California that you can't raise the height of that dam, but there are certainly incredible consequences to a lot of people, tens of thousands at least, who have lost jobs as a result of not having the water that could have otherwise been stored. And this is not, as we all know, this does not appear to be changing anytime soon. And so, as has been so artfully and correctly called out, we ought to be looking for where we can get the water in a way that's going to help the most folks. And I just want to say, you folks in California, like me up in Oregon and many other places, are suffering the dramatic impacts of this, what appears to be really long-term drought. And these are exactly the kind of solutions that we have to be debating. We can't take that easy way out of pointing at a law and saying, "Oh, we can't do it." This is a bad deal, Mr. Chair, and you know it better than anybody, given that background that we are now all feeling badly for everybody in California, not to mention Idaho, Montana, and all the other spaces. So I just want to join in support of this effort. And if we don't need to take the money from that source, let's take it from the CCC, as we talked about earlier, because there are literally billions of dollars in that part of this bill that could be redirected in a way that would help so many people. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this amendment? All right, hearing no further debate, then the question is on the McClintock Amendment number 2 to the ANS. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And now, members, please mute themselves, and I'll allow members opposed to unmute. All those who are opposed, please say no. No.
No.
The noes have it, in the opinion of the chair, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me guess, you're going to request a recorded vote.
Great guess, Mr. Chairman. Spot on. First time you've been right today.
Oh, well, we'll take it. The recorded vote has been requested, and that vote will be postponed pursuant to prior announcements on that. Representative Graves, I believe you have, actually, no, I was just told Mr. Stauber may have the next amendment, and that is going to be Stauber number 7. So if everybody is on the same page for that,
Okay.
Mr. Westerman, is that your understanding?
Well, my understanding was we were going to do Graves 6 and Carl 3 and then Stauber, but Stauber's ready to go if that's the order you want to go in.
All right. Well, I'm getting all kinds of interesting instructions on this. If Mr. Stauber is ready to go with Stauber 7, why don't we go ahead and tee that up? Mr. Stauber, does that work for you?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it does.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My amendment today strikes several items in this bill that continue to make life harder and more expensive for Americans. Mr. Chair, you and I both know what is happening here today. The legislation, your legislation would hold every employee, even minimum wage workers or third-party designees, liable for payments to the federal government owed by a leaseholder. This is a huge boon for the trial lawyers and a slap in the face to the middle class. I'm sure that those lawyers that advertise their face on public and bus stop benches, I'm sure they're licking their chops right now, waiting for the opportunity to drag a single mother working nights employed as a contractor by a 12-person oil company in New Mexico. Drag that working mother before an administrative law judge on behalf of the federal government. I'm sure the legal fees are lucrative for the lawyer class, but this sort of liability can break middle-class families. Furthermore, this amendment today removes the royalty increase on everything from oil and gas to soda ash, a mineral needed to make glass, household cleaners, and detergents, and other industrial products. In fact, soda ash is frequently used to make automobile windshields, and the soda ash industry employs union workers up and down the West Coast, including the International Longshore and Warehouse Union and the United Steelworkers. So let's recap. Democrats have a bill that spends more than 27 other states' annual budgets alone coming out of just this committee. In order to raise funds for their bill, they're piling on Joe Biden's already ballooning inflation crisis with another punishing cost increase to even vehicles, pushing royalty liability onto minimum wage employees and killing more union jobs. And I would like to enter into the record letters from the International Longshore Workers Union, the United Steelworkers, and the Industrial Minerals Association. Mr. Chair, I urge adoption of my amendment. So let's put an end to this madness. And I yield back.
Is there further debate on Mr. Stauber's amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to be recognized, Mr. Lowenthal.
Chairman Lowenthal, you're recognized.
Well, thank you. And as we've just heard from my good friend, the ranking member of the Energy and Mineral Resources Subcommittee, this bill strikes multiple fossil fuel provisions to raise royalty rates, minimum bids, rental rates, lease term lengths, non-competitive leasing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is that this amendment undermines the intent of the provision in question. That is, how do we raise revenues and protect taxpayers at the same time? And that we will not be able to do if we pass this amendment. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no.
Is there further debate on this amendment? All right, hearing no further debate, the question then is on the Stauber Amendment number 7 to the ANS. I'll pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Members will please mute themselves now, and I'll pause for members opposed to unmute.
No.
All those opposed, please say no.
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 And members will please mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chair Huffman, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to our previous announcement. Representative Graves, we're back to you now for the amendment designated number 6 to the ANS. If you're ready to go, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, number 6, as you may know, this legislation includes $150 million for the implementation of NEPA. I think you're well aware that NEPA has just been become a real obstacle or impediment to carrying out projects. For example, Mr. Chairman, just over to my right here, there's a project called the West Shore Hurricane Protection Project. This project dates back, unfortunately, to before I was born. This project dates back to the early 1970s, and project hadn't been built. If it had been built, all of these neighborhoods, these communities that go all along this area wouldn't have been flooded. They wouldn't have been inundated. In fact, even communities back over in this direction, just underwater for days after the hurricane. So let me say that again. West Shore Hurricane Protection Project dates back to the early 1970s, before I was born. And look, there are a lot of reasons why that project has been delayed as long as it has. But one of them is NEPA. I think that many of you know that the NEPA process was intended to ensure the protection of our environment, or that right balance between environmental protection and economic interest, economic opportunity for citizens all across this country. Yet, what's happened in practice is a process that used to just take a year or maybe longer, now takes on average in excess of 7 years for a road project, for example. Mr. Chairman, all of us respect our environment and want to make sure that we leave a clean, healthy environment for future generations. But the law has been really just manipulated in many ways that no longer reflect the original intent of the Congress. And so I introduced legislation called the Builder Act, and the Builder Act has been supported by organizations such as the Bipartisan Policy Center, and I know my friend Mr. Lowenthal and I have participated with that organization. And what it does is it does not, I want to be clear, it does not take away from environmental protection. What it does do is it puts sideboards on what the agencies must be reviewing. It's to truly focus on the environment, not to get distracted by ancillary things, non-environmental practices, not allow this to get bogged down in litigation designed to slow down or stop a project. It ensures that we move forward on projects. And Mr. Chairman, these are projects that include things like renewable energy projects, projects like addressing the drought situation out west that I know plagues many of the districts that you all represent. It includes projects like making investments in a redesigned or re-envisioned grid. And so this is legislation that makes a lot of sense. And I think that this amendment is an amendment that is based upon true experience and good policy. I think looking at some of the provisions of this bill, including a topic that we've discussed a good bit here, the Presidio Trust, this one would actually add value to the bill, and I think add value to all Americans across the country. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment. I'd be happy to take any questions that any of you may have regarding the Builder Act and the implications of this amendment, but yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Is there further discussion on Graves Amendment number 6? All right, seeing no further discussion, the question is on Graves Amendment number 6 to the ANS. I'll pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Members will please mute themselves again, and I'll allow members opposed to unmute. All those opposed, please say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I believe that brings us to Representative Carl, the next amendment. I'm sorry?
Can we get a recorded vote?
All right, a recorded vote has been requested on Graves Amendment number 6, and that will be postponed pursuant to our prior announcement. Representative Carl, you are recognized for amendment number 3 to the ANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've got one here that we can all agree on. It'd be a good softball amendment that we can all work with on. This amendment does two things. It prevents NOAA from implementing a new rule that puts lobstermen's livelihoods at risk from institutionalizing area-wide fishing bans. For the benefits of those members that are not aware of this issue, let me read an excerpt and a statement from the Maine's bipartisan delegation, including the Democrat governor, Janet Mills, on this new rule, and I quote, "In recent years, the delegation and the Mills administration, including the Maine Department of Marine Resources, have worked closely with the Maine Lobstermen's Association, the Maine's Lobstering Union, and the other stakeholders to ensure that their input was received by the National Marine Fisheries Services with the goals of regulations that are fair, safe, and reflect the reality of the Gulf of Maine. Unfortunately, this final rule does not meet those standards," and I unquote. Lastly, my amendment prevents NOAA from implementing area-wide fishing bans or no-take areas in federal marine protected areas, which include national marine sanctuaries and monuments, without the support of regional fishing management councils. The regional council system was designed to allow governance by knowledgeable people with a stake in the fish management. It makes sense to ensure they have a say in how our natural resources can be used for recreation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield my time back. Thank you, sir.
Thank the gentleman. Is there further debate on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Westerman.
Yes, Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, on August 31st, NOAA announced the final rule to modify the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Plan. And while this rule has not been published in the Federal Register, it has already received criticism from the entire Maine delegation, including its Democratic governor. In a letter to the Maine lobster industry, Governor Janet Mills wrote, and I quote, "NOAA has finalized a gear marking scheme that is very different than what was in the proposed rules. NOAA also continues to include an offshore seasonal closure that is not rooted in right whale sightings or surveys. These type of changes, which disregard fishermen's time, money, and safety, are extremely troubling," unquote. The gear modification required by the rule will go into effect on May 1st, 2022, which is the start of the American lobster Jonah crab fishing year. In addition, the changes to the seasonally restricted areas will go into effect 30 days after the publication of this rule. This amendment would prevent NOAA from implementing the final rule. In addition, this amendment would ensure that NOAA cannot prohibit fishing, often called no-take areas, in federal marine protected areas unless there is support from the relevant regional fishery management council. Mr. Chairman, I would agree with the Maine delegation that local control is often better, and that this amendment provides that local control. And I'm worried if this bill passes without this amendment, it's going to be devastating to the Maine lobster fishery and to the people who depend on that fishery for their jobs. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which really is based on bipartisan ideas. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I will recognize myself for a brief statement. Look, ordinarily, I'm happy to work with colleagues, regardless of political party, on issues that benefit the folks that make their living on the water. I represent a lot of fishing communities. And I will actually be bringing forward a Magnuson reauthorization bill to address many of the critical issues facing folks, from managing our federal marine fisheries better to benefiting work in waterfronts and coastal communities. But this amendment presents problems. It includes procedural issues that will undermine critical investments that we need to make right now. And we actually do have an opportunity by moving our legislation forward in this markup to strengthen American fisheries, create jobs, preserve water access for the fishing community. So I urge members to oppose this amendment, and I will yield back. Now, seeing no further debate, the question is on the Carl Amendment number 3. I will allow members in support of this amendment to unmute. All members in favor, please say aye.
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 I will now ask members opposed to the amendment to unmute. Members who are opposed to this amendment, please say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
And the amendment is not agreed to. Yes.
could I ask for a recorded vote on that, please, sir?
The recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement.
Thank you.
Let me just check the order that I have next. And I understand that Mr. Gomert is next. So Mr. Gomert, you have an amendment designated as number 10 to the ANS. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. Very simple amendment. It just simply says that no funds may be made available under this title if inflation rates are above 8%. We've discussed quite a bit about the massive spending bill that the bill represents, and especially the natural resources part of it. So it's important to realize what this bill, if passed, will do. Inflation is running away like it hasn't since the 1970s, really. According to a Department of Labor report from July, consumer prices have risen 5.4% over the last 12 months. 86% of Americans say they're concerned about inflation. 79% blame it, at least in part, on Biden policies. Throughout the Trump administration, wages rose faster than inflation. In less than a year, President Biden has already reversed this trend. According to a recent study by the National Federation of Independent Business, 52% of respondents reported raising prices. This hurts low-wage people on fixed income, our seniors, our working poor. And I'd also point out some other data. Of course, some of us that were around in the 70s remember the stagflation. Gerald Ford had a button that said WIN, whip inflation now. He certainly didn't do it, and it helped Jimmy Carter win the presidency. Jimmy Carter was working on inflation, and yet it went up. It caused interest rates to go up dramatically, and it caused unemployment. So I don't recall ever before President Carter or since having interest rates above 10% or double digits, having unemployment above 10%, having inflation above 10%. It just got crazy. So this is where we're headed. And there's already been warnings. I remember the first year of President Obama's administration, when for the first time in our country's history, we had $1 trillion deficit. And Standard & Poor's warned us, if you keep spending like this without paying for it, we're going to have to reassess your rating. And they downgraded. Thank goodness no other rating service did. But those indications are back out there. If we are going to be spending, $6 trillion, $6 trillion in 1 year that we can't pay for, they're going to look at downgrading our debt, which means the U.S. interest rate will go up, which means we'll be spending even more, a greater percentage of our budget on interest. And that's how we lose nations, and that's how we can lose this nation. The last time President Biden was in the White House as vice president, I think it's important to note that Black households lost a staggering 30% of their net worth over those 8 years. 30% of their net worth. And this is what we're on track again for. We're seeing a particularly troubling spike in Black unemployment. That shouldn't be happening. This is just wrong. But if you go back to the policies Biden supported under President Obama, and he's now supporting again, President Obama had to admit in September 2013, 95% of the income is going to 1%. It helped the mega wealthy, no matter what they said they were going to do, and it hurt the working folks of America, the working poor. Hispanics, a recent poll said 0% of Hispanic Americans feel that the current economy is excellent. So we've got a lot of work to do, and somebody needs to be the responsible adults that say, you know what, let's quit spending our way into greater and greater debt. If the inflation goes over 2%, let's give America a break and not spend these billions and billions and billions of dollars. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman's yielded. Is there further discussion on Gohmert Amendment number 10? Seeing none, I'll briefly recognize myself. This amendment would stop all of the funding under this title if inflation hits 2%, kneecapping economic stimulus spending when an arbitrary inflation rate is reached at a time when we're trying to fund the work of protecting American communities and the climate is counterproductive, to say the least. Inflation is a complicated thing. It's driven by many factors. It's nuanced, and this amendment would take a sledgehammer to the subject. Stopping the critical spending from this budget reconciliation, spending American needs to build back better, would set us back while potentially doing nothing at all to address inflation. And by the way, it will be interesting to see if the same frugality and concern about spending that we can't afford is with us when we discuss the defense budget a few weeks down the road. But in any event, let's let the Fed handle monetary policy, not members of Congress. I urge members to oppose this amendment. And the question now before us is on Gohmert Amendment number 10. I will allow all members who are supporting this amendment to unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those who are opposed, please unmute. And those who are opposed, please say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Gohmert, were you going to ask for a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
All
I
right,
ask for a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
recorded vote has been requested, and that will be postponed pursuant to our previous statement. According to my notes, next up is Ranking Member Benz with an amendment designated number 11 to the ANS. Mr. Benz, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment, actually, the background that you've put up actually provides a foundation for this amendment. This amendment would strike subtitle B and replace it with Resilient Federal Forest and Wildfire Prevention to address the historic wildfire crisis facing our nation. In addition, the amendment would help streamline the NEPA processes. Mr. Chair, as you know better than most, we have literally tens of millions of acres of forest out here in the West. We have 30 million acres here in Oregon. Half of our state, in fact, is forested. And we have done analyses back when I was in the Oregon legislature to determine the amount of cost if we were to go in and treat all of those acres. And the cost would be just for Oregon about $3 billion. This amendment would take the money out of subtitle B, roughly $5 billion, and place $2.6 billion into the portion of the bill that addresses wildfires, and another $2.5 $5 billion into the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the purpose of reducing risk of wildfires. Believe it or not, even though these numbers are huge, they're not adequate if you use Oregon as the measure of needing $3 billion to treat its forests. Obviously, this would also have to apply to California, which has, I think, 31, 32, or maybe more million acres of forest. Washington State with another 30 million acres, Montana, Idaho, and so forth. The idea here, of course, is that we need to step in and do something now. And this concept of allocating some $4 or $5 billion to the activities reflected in subtitle B is interesting, but most of it is not immediate. And so what we're really debating, if you look at the type of things that one finds in subpart B, you see long-term climate stuff, what we would probably put under the guise of, or the label of mitigation, as opposed to adaptation. And if ever there was a time when we need to adapt right now, it's right now. And you and I and everybody here knows that it's on the Western United States, because you merely need to look out your window, as we mentioned earlier. I just want to call into comparison the dollars that would go into cleaning up our forests and reducing the chances of these wildfires killing people and destroying homes in small towns, in fact, even large towns, what in the alternative is going to be paid for in subtitle B. And I just want to call out a couple of things. First, we've already heard all about the $200 million going to the Presidio. I won't further belabor that. The Climate Corps, a couple of $1 billion, again, at $45 to $50 per hour. Not only does it not help immediately, it also will place private businesses in an enormous quandary. Who can afford $45 or $50 an hour? How can we possibly compete on the private side of the equation, given what's the billions that are being thrown at the CCC in subpart B? And then not to pick on kids, but in the subpart B is the Every Kid Outdoors subsection. And of course we want kids outdoors, but they don't want to be looking at what we see behind you, Mr. Chair, burnt up land. We want green, 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 not black, black, black. And if we don't get at it, we're not going to have green, green, green for every kid to go outdoors and visit. So sure, there's $100 million given to the Every Kids Outdoors. Hooray for that, except that it would be so much better spent trying to head off the type of view that we're enjoying behind you, Mr. Chair. And of course, there are the urban parks. Sure, everybody supports urban parks, but my goodness, Mr. Chair, why wouldn't we be spending the money right now on trying to head off wildfire? The Resilient Federal Forest Wildfire Prevention Act would do just that. It would focus these kinds of monies on trying to clean up our forests and reduce the chance of wildfire. And of course, there is a part in this that would help reduce some of the onerous requirements that NEPA imposes, kneecapping the efforts to improve our forests and reduce fire risk. It's nothing worse than trying to do something and then have it delayed by a couple of years, as is the case many times under current NEPA arrangements. The amendment would allocate $150 million to the Interior to hire adequate personnel and streamline environmental reviews to expedite forest management. With that, Mr. Chair, I urge an aye vote of my amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Is there further discussion on Ben's amendment number 11, I believe? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Westerman here. I would like to speak on the amendment.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I agree with what Representative Ben said about, actually doing something that's going to help reduce the risk of these catastrophic wildfires. We know what to do, we just don't do it. And I find another irony in this bill that we talk about creating this massive so-called Climate Corps workforce. And I just have this vision of all these people standing there with their chopping axes and their shovels and their rakes ready to go to work, and somebody coming up and says, oh, not today, guys. We got an injunction. We can't manage this piece of property. So you can't have a workforce large enough to do work that regulations won't allow you to do. And that's why that picture behind you is showing all the forest being burned up, is because we've mismanaged the forest. And we can't throw enough money at a problem that's going to fix it if you can't actually do the work. So I applaud Mr. Bentz for trying to streamline some of these forest management practices. It's where we can really make a difference if we really want to make a difference in keeping those forests healthy and keeping that carbon contained in the forest instead of seeing it spew into the air like the photograph behind you, Mr. Chairman. And we need to be able to go in and restore the land and plant trees. I was out in New Mexico with Representative Harrell the past few weeks, and we went to a site where thousands and thousands of acres had burned in a wildfire over a decade ago. There were no trees growing back. So I asked the Forest Service, well, have you tried to plant them? And they're, oh, no, that's a wilderness area. We can't plant trees there. So if you had enough people to plant trees on that wilderness area, guess what? You couldn't go plant them. You couldn't do that. We've got to get some common sense into these practices, or we're just talking. We're not making anything better. We're not making anything more resilient. We're just talking. We're just spending money and talking. And the forests don't care. They're burning. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on Bentz Amendment number 11? Seeing none, I'll recognize myself for a brief statement and appreciate the ranking member's comment. I assure you that the forest burning in the image behind me in the northern part of my district is not because of NEPA. It is, at least in part, because of the climate crisis that many of us are trying to confront, including in the legislation before us right now. It's also because for too long, the only trees that many people were interested in our forests were the ones big enough to clear cut and log and monetize. And the work that we have to do right now in our forests is sometimes not very lucrative. It means we got to reintroduce prescribed fire to reduce these threats. It means we're going to have to do thinning and clearing that is not very profitable, not very lucrative, because it's small diameter stuff in some very unhealthy forests that were clear cut, probably without good NEPA process, and were replanted in an even aged way that led to these plantation forests like the ones in Trinity County, the picture behind me, that are just ready to go up anytime there's a lightning strike. So we have a lot of work to do. We can do it together, and we can do it without trying to scapegoat our environmental laws, without pretending that somehow commercial logging and clear cutting is the only way to achieve resilience. The amendment before us today would strike the entirety of Subtitle B, would replace it with funding for only forest management. Again, we will deal with forest management separately. But this would strike investments in public land access for students, investments in the protection of historic and cultural sites, investments in job creation, climate protection. It would, in short, entirely undermine the subtitle and seriously damage the entire title. The amendment would also redirect funding for efficient and effective environmental reviews to actions that undermine these bedrock environmental protections. And it contains procedural poison pills that would prevent our ability to invest in our country and build back better. So I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Yield?
Yes, I will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. We need to work on this in a bipartisan manner. And I've never promoted clear cutting on federal land, and I would love to work with the gentleman on implementing some management practices that took clear cutting off the table, to do the thinning, to do the burning. But that's not happening either. There's no management taking place. So I just want to make the record clear that we're not promoting clear cutting on federal land. Clear cutting is not happening on federal land. The only clear cutting that's happening on federal land is like what's in the picture behind you, because when we have catastrophic wildfire, that clear cuts everything. The site that I visited in New Mexico, it was clear cut. It was clear cut by wildfire. It wasn't clear cut by people with chainsaws. It was clear cut by Mother Nature. And we're going to continue seeing those clear cuts every month, every year, until we start doing something different, because nature will clear cut it. And it also sterilizes the soil where you can't get regeneration to take place, which should be the goal of all forestry management practices. I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
Thank the gentleman. Reclaiming my time, there has been a lot of clear cutting on federal land over the years. And if the gentleman wants to work on good forest practices and proactive investments, he'll have my support and cooperation. I'm sure there's a lot that we can do together. This amendment, though, is the wrong way to go, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. And seeing no further debate, the question before us now is on Bent's amendment number 11. I will allow those in favor to unmute themselves. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those who are opposed, please unmute themselves. All those opposed, please say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chair May, we have a recorded vote.
Mr. Benz is requesting a recorded vote. That will be postponed pursuant to our previous announcement. I believe that, let me just check my notes on the next order. I believe that brings us to Mr. Westerman. You have an amendment designated as number 7 to the ANS. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a revised amendment. I believe it has been circulated. My amendment does several things, including it prohibits illegal immigrants from participating in the new CCC program. It ties the CCC to unemployment rates so that we aren't having the federal government competing with Main Street businesses that are desperately trying to fill jobs. It prevents the creation of a federal CCC that would compete with existing private core networks, which we know there's some very successful programs out there in the private sector that are already doing what the CCC proposes to do. And it fixes some basic drafting errors with the original text. This common sense amendment puts the appropriate sideboards on the massive new civilian climate corps that the Democrats have included in this legislation. One would think that spending $3.5 billion on anything would require a lot of time and attention, which is why it's so shocking that this section appears to be so hastily written with so few specifics. In fact, my amendment would change the name of the CCC to just the Civilian Corps. And the reason for that is because the only place the word climate appears in this title is in the header. It's just another example of Democrats slapping the word climate on something that's wholly unrelated to avoiding having to offset billions of dollars in new spending. It's unfathomable to me that at a time when businesses around the nation are still struggling to fill jobs, we would make it even more difficult for them by pumping billions of dollars into a new federal program. As Mr. Bentz mentioned earlier, I believe it was him, that the president's now talking about these being $45 an hour jobs with benefits. Yeah, you may need to bump the number up. I know a lot of you all are wanting to do that, but you probably can't hire near as many people away from the private sector at $15 an hour. Turnover is such an issue that people have coined the period as the Great Resignation. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, 11.5 million people quit their jobs between April and June of this year. An additional 48% of the workforce is considering leaving their job. That's why my amendment ties CCC funding to unemployment, to ensure we're only spending money when it is truly needed. Kind of like the FDR program back in the 30s that you all are so enamored with. If unemployment is high, above 25%, then we can provide these temporary jobs to folks who are actually looking for work. However, if unemployment is low like it is now and there are private employers looking to fill jobs, we shouldn't be competing with them. That's just going to drive inflation up for everyone. Labor prices will go up, material prices will go up, and at the end of the day, the taxpayer is the one that foots the bill. As I mentioned, the CCC was originally created during the Great Depression when there were no jobs. This amendment prevents money from being spent to create new federal CCC jobs and keeps funding for the existing private, state, and tribal conservation corps that weren't in existence when the original CCC was created, but are here now. My amendment, like I said, stipulates that any participant in the CCC program must be a legal citizen. As the nation recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic and associated economic crisis, it would be entirely unfair if we spent hard-earned taxpayer funds on non-citizens who entered our country illegally. We actually have programs for migrants to come here and do work like this. It's a guest worker program that's been quite successful. So why should we create a duplicative program that's going to not hire people who are coming here legally, but could hire illegal people? My amendment also provides priority hiring preferences to our veterans. For many veterans, trauma they've experienced during their military service, both visible and invisible, does not simply go away once their military service ends. Working and creating outdoors or recreating outdoors on public lands has been found to be extremely beneficial to those returning from the ravages of war. This amendment will ensure that our veterans have opportunities to find gainful employment following their time of service in our country. Right now, they do have that opportunity because there are so many jobs available in the private sector. But if this program were only set up for when unemployment was high, there were no jobs, I think veterans should be first in line. Again, this is my amendment. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Is there further discussion on Mr. Westerman's amendment? Seeing none. I'm sorry, did I miss someone?
Mr. Chair, Stauber from Minnesota.
Yeah, Mr. Stauber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just do want to reiterate what the ranking member said. It's extremely common sense as I understand it, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
All right, I thank the gentleman. Any further discussion on this amendment? All right, I'll briefly recognize myself. This amendment came to us very late, and I will just point out that it includes some of the same poison pills that we've seen in previous amendments. It's a procedural problem for the investments that we're trying to make in the underlying legislation. It is also duplicative of a number of amendments that we have heard previously, so I urge members to vote no, yield back, and seeing no further debate, the question now is on Westerman Amendment number 7 to the ANS. I'll pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Members who are opposed will please unmute now. And all those opposed, please say no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Westerman, do you need a recorded vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I request to record a vote.
All right, that will be postponed pursuant to our previous announcement. Representative Rosendale, you have the next amendment designated number 8 to the ANS. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, number 8. Let me see which one we've got here. I've got my numbering wrong. So bear with me just one moment. I've got mine are numbered number 2, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry, there it is, number 8. I'm sorry. Now I'm up to speed with you. Okay, number 8. Really, this is a very, very simple amendment. It just simply redirects the funds from the Civilian Climate Corps to people that this administration has plunged into economic hardship because of their attack on conventional and reliable energy sources. My amendment redirects funding from the vague, duplicative, and unnecessary Civilian Climate Corps and instead redirects it to carry out economic revitalization, diversification, and development in economically distressed mining, and drilling communities, including those that have been impacted by the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline. President Biden has shown his clear animosity toward the oil and gas industries and mining industry. Within hours of taking the oath of office, President Biden signed an executive order canceling the permit for the Keystone XL oil and gas pipeline that was well under construction. The pipeline would have carried 830,000 barrels of oil per day, almost 35 million gallons to refineries in the United States. The executive order directly led to the layoffs of thousands of union workers and countless indirect jobs supporting industries. Hundreds of these jobs were held by Montanans. Killing the Keystone XL pipeline will result in an estimated loss of $80 million in annual revenue for Montana, and 5 of the 6 counties affected by the Keystone are designated high poverty areas. $1.5 to $3.5 million a year in tax revenue for those counties is substantial for their school systems, for the roads, for their local hospitals. That's $80 million a year that could have gone to all of those necessary institutions, and it was wiped out with the stroke of a pen. The White House continues to give assurances that workers laid off in the conventional energy sector will be supported and quickly find a replacement job in renewables. Unfortunately, many of these workers remain out of work and continue to struggle to pay their bills. The Biden administration's policies continue to be a guaranteed prescription to keep our rural communities in poverty. This bill would exacerbate these problems for working Americans by making domestic resource production as unprofitable and difficult as possible. President Biden is continuing the lie perpetuated by the left that whatever hurts the energy industry helps the environment, and our workers and communities end up paying the price. My amendment would right this wrong, and I strongly urge passage of my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Is there further discussion on Mr. Rosendale's amendment? Seeing none, I will recognize myself. I strongly oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to vote no. This committee print invests in a robust civilian climate corps. It's going to train the next generation of American land managers, park rangers, stewards of our national resources. This bold investment is something that we need to respond to the climate crisis. It will create jobs, and it prioritizes the maintenance and the upkeep of public lands. But this amendment would strike the entire section. It would undermine the component of this committee's vision for investing in the future of our public lands. Once again, our friends across the aisle are presenting a false choice between investing in the next generation of green jobs or supporting workers and communities as we transition away from carbon-intensive energy sources. We can do both. The investments made to help us build back better will actually support a more resilient environment and clean jobs and healthy communities across the country. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back. Seeing no further debate, the question now is on the Rosendale amendment.
Mr. Chair, if I could finish up the balance of my time, if no one else is going to speak.
Is there someone that wants to yield Mr. Rosendale some more time?
I reserved my time. I didn't yield.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
I yield my time to Mr. Rosendale.
All right, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to close with the fact that the people that I represent need this relief now. They need their income back now. This is income that was stripped from them, not by their own doing. It was stripped from them by this current administration, and they need this relief right now. And this amendment will make sure that we can provide it. They can't wait for weeks. Their families can't. Their refrigerators are empty from groceries. Their energy bills are going to come due here in another probably 30 days. We have winter early in Montana, and I'm trying to provide that relief now. We cannot wait until these new renewables become developed. Thank you. And now I would yield back to Mr. Westerman. Thank you very much.
I yield back.
All right, Mr. Westerman has yielded. Seeing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale Amendment number 8 to the ANS. All those in favor will now unmute themselves, and those in favor should say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, and I will now allow members opposed to unmute. All those who are opposed, please say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, could I please have a recorded vote?
Recorded vote is requested and will be postponed pursuant to our previous ruling. Representative Graves, you have the next amendment. I believe it's designated as number 2 to the ANS. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Graves, are you with us? And I had Mr. Graves down for the next, let's see, three amendments. So if he is not with us, the batting order after that was going to bring us back to Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman, are you ready to go on number 12 to the ANS?
I'm ready to go, Mr. Chairman.
Why don't we do that and we can come back to Mr. Graves.
Yeah, and again, this is another, what I would call a common sense amendment that would relocate the $1 billion set aside in this bill for tribal climate resiliency and adaptation. With the BIA currently receiving approximately $500 million in its annual appropriation for climate resiliency efforts, there are more pressing needs in Indian country right now. My amendment would redirect $1 billion to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Public Safety and Justice Construction account. Indian country currently faces some of the highest rates of crime, with tribal citizens 2.5 times more likely to become victims of violent crime, and Native women in particular subject to higher rates of domestic violence and abuse. And as we all who served with our former colleague and the current Secretary of the Interior, Secretary Holland, we know that this is an issue that's very important to her, and there was a lot of bipartisan support to work on this issue when she brought it up in the committee last Congress. The federal government is not providing the resources necessary to combat crime in Indian country. For example, Indian country's police staffing does not meet the national police coverage standards. In fiscal year 2020, Indian country only had 1.9 officers per 1,000 residents compared to an average of 3.5 officers per 1,000 residents nationwide. Indian country also continues to be plagued by outdated, unsafe, and overcrowded detention centers. A 2021 National Public Radio investigative report found that at least 19 men and women have died since 2016 in tribal detention centers. Several of the 70-plus detention centers across the country have been in disrepair for years, with broken pipes, overflowing toilets, and rust in water. It is estimated that there's a $135 million budget shortfall for BIA tribal detention facilities alone. Directing much needed funding for public safety and justice is something that should be a bipartisan effort. Again, I think this would be a lot better way to spend this money than on a climate and resiliency fund that's already gets a large annual appropriation. This is some place where this money could be put to use immediately. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Is there further discussion on Mr. Westerman's amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the trust and treaty responsibilities of the United States government do indeed obligate Congress to support the health and well-being of American Indians and Alaska Natives by fully funding all the federal programs that serve them. This legislation provides critical investments in American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native American programs, Native Hawaiian programs at the Department of Interior and Department of Health and Human Services to address the effects of extension construction backlogs, aging infrastructure, programmatic underfunding. The issue that the gentleman raises are indeed correct. because we know that tribal programs across all federal agencies have been subject to severe underfunding for decades. Making the necessary investments in Indian country must indeed be a bipartisan effort. I was very proud of the Subcommittee of Indigenous Peoples hearings, where on a bipartisan basis, we heard the members express understanding and empathy and set out the many budgetary needs in Indian country. Those needs are multifaceted. It's not a single issue, but a multiplicity of needs. The simple fact is that resilience is a key part of health, water, and safety investments. Investments in IHS healthcare facilities and BIA public safety are critical. But if we fail to invest in their resiliency as well, we will threaten their effectiveness. Investing in tribal renewable energy and climate resilience will result in job creation and economic resilience. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. We do not want to undermine our efforts today to invest in the multiplicity of the urgent needs in Indian country. I yield back.
Gentlelady has yielded. Is there further discussion on Westerman Amendment number 12?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stauber.
Stauber here.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Huffman. I stand in strong support of the ranking member's amendment. You know, having spent 23 years in law enforcement, working alongside our tribal enforcement agencies, we need to continuously invest in best practices, not only on Indian lands, but across this nation. I think that I have seen firsthand the need, the urgent need for the investment in our tribal law enforcement partners. I've seen the need in all areas, from the low crime areas all the way up to the major crimes. You know, from burglary, robbery, rape, assaults, death investigations, homicide investigations. They need the assistance and the training that goes with it. So what Ranking Member Westerman brings forward is something that really isn't often talked a lot about, but he brings it in a timely manner. I stand strong in support of our tribal leaders and their law enforcement to get this funding redirected to them. And I yield back.
All right, the gentleman's yielded. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question then is on Westerman Amendment number 12 to the ANS. I'll pause so members who are in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. I will now pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
We get a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to our previous ruling. Is Mr. Graves back with us?
He should be back.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Graves, you've got a handful of amendments. Are you ready to go on Graves Amendment number 2?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this first amendment, what it does is it recognizes that their Corps of Engineer projects, as a matter of fact, there's $100 billion in Corps of Engineer projects that are backlogged right now. $100 billion. Rather than putting $3.5 billion to a citizen climate corps, which I'm still not exactly sure what that does or is, several times, we thought that the money would be better invested on projects that this Congress has already authorized for construction, that have already been through the vetting process, through the National Environmental Policy Act, have been through an environmental analysis there, have been through the engineering analysis, and have been through an economic analysis, and found to be actually in the interest of federal taxpayers. So this amendment would simply divert these dollars and put them toward projects that have actually already been approved, that are already determined in the federal interest, because they've been through an NED, a National Economic Development, or an NER, a National Ecological Restoration Analysis, to determine or verify federal interest. Mr. Chairman, I'm very concerned that that taking these dollars and just wasting them on other things like a Citizen Climate Corps doesn't deliver the same return on investment as these projects that have already been through an economic analysis that must prove that there would be a positive benefit to taxpayers, that you would have a beneficial cost to benefit ratio. And so I urge that you adopt this amendment, and I think it's in the best interest. Very concerned that if you don't adopt this amendment, then we might have more casualties. I yield back.
All right. Is there further discussion on Graves Amendment number 2?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask Mr. Graves if that's a feral hog in the background.
Mr. Graves, did you want to enlighten us?
Ready? Look at that.
It's
I'm
an
not sure
hour.
what your hogs look like. There we
Well,
go.
I was
Yeah.
just checking your camera angle, Mr. Graves. I
I
thought you
would
might
get
have been.
closer. I would get closer, but I don't know, Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, did you, was that all?
That was more than enough. I yield back.
All right. Well, we hope Mr. Graves is careful for a number of reasons, given where he is right now. And I will recognize myself briefly. This amendment would prevent any funding under this title until the Corps of Engineers addresses the complete backlog of resilience projects under its purview. Look, I appreciate the gentleman's focus on those priorities. In fact, I share his concern for these coastal resiliency projects. We have a common interest in that, and I'm sure we'll be working together to address that backlog. But this amendment would clearly undermine the work we're trying to do here today. It is also a wolf in sheep's clothing. It will undermine or eventually prevent our ability to invest in our country and build back better for all Americans. And there is coastal resiliency money in the legislation we're trying to move forward. So let's stay focused on that. I urge my colleagues to see this as an attempt to undermine those efforts and oppose it for that reason. And I yield back. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, then the question before us is on Graves Amendment number 2. I will pause and allow those who are supporting the amendment to unmute themselves. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 I'll now pause so that those who are opposed can unmute. All those opposed, please say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. That brings us to Mr. Graves' amendment designated as number 29 to the ANS. Mr. Graves, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Graves, did the gator get you?
Yeah, I'm just a flush win, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So this amendment, what it does is it actually prohibits any funds in this legislation from being used for critical minerals to go toward the Taliban. Mr. Chairman, while the Chairman Grijalva earlier referred to Afghanistan and the heroes that served and made the ultimate sacrifice there as political fodder, I feel very differently. I think that Afghanistan has been an awful unforced error that this administration has done and created an awful scenario there. When you combine that with the fact that this administration is carrying out energy and climate policies that actually advance the agenda or benefit countries like Russia and Vladimir Putin, it's really concerning that this could actually result, this legislation could actually result in further benefiting the Taliban and benefiting countries like Russia. So this amendment tries to address one of those. What it would do is, again, it would prohibit any funds in this bill, which I remind you is $3.5 trillion. It would prevent any of those funds from being used to go toward or benefit the Taliban through the acquisition of strategic or rare earth minerals. We're all aware of the reserves that are in Afghanistan that are now under the control of the Taliban or perhaps ISIS or Al Qaeda. We'd hate to see the United States funding their military as we're effectively funding the militaries of Russia and China under the auspices of a failed climate policy of the Biden administration. Mr. Chairman, I know that you're going to try and come back and want to refute those comments, but let's run through a few things here. So here you have number one, this administration has actually lifted sanctions against the folks that were building the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and facilitating that construction. As you know, we objected, and the administration tried to come back and try and make up for their mistake. Still fell far short of what needed to be done. So facilitating Russian gas going into Europe, but then at the same time shutting down pipelines like the XL pipeline, shutting down pipelines like Keystone, and benefiting other countries, other regimes at the expense of American jobs. Now what's so just frustrating and confusing is that if we were actually supplanting all of the Russian gas with U.S. gas, it would reduce 70 million tons of emissions per year because U.S. gas is that much more efficient than Russian gas. So you can't call this far-fetched that this administration would continue pursuing policies that clearly benefit or advantage our adversaries versus sticking with American jobs, American energy, Americans' lower emissions, and American economic activities. So, Mr. Chairman, this tries to prevent the unforced errors that this administration continues to advance. I urge adoption of the amendment, and you'll.
Is there further discussion on Mr. Graves' amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I request permission to respond.
Chair Lowenthal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. And first I want to thank Mr. Graves for his passion and raising the issue, which is very important, about what's taking place with the Taliban in Afghanistan. However, I really urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, which in essence is a procedural attempt to undermine our efforts today, which are to increase revenues from mineral resources to get a fair return for the American taxpayer. Unfortunately, if this amendment is passed, it will eventually prevent our ability to invest in our country and to build back better for all Americans. I urge a no vote.
Yield?
Yes, I certainly will.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Lowenthal, I want to make sure I understand the concern about how it would prevent us from building back better by preventing us from getting resources from the Taliban and perhaps instead using American energy resources. I'm just not following the logic.
Well, will you yield back? And I would like to respond to that.
Yes, sir. Yield back.
Yes, I think the question is what we have in the bill is an attempt to raise revenues, mineral revenues, for the Build Back Better bill. That's why we're here in terms of dealing with the budget reconciliation. Ultimately, this bit of your amendment will hurt our efforts to do that. And so I'm not dealing with the content of the amendment, but really it will hurt us. And because we're trying to invest in our country and build back better for all Americans.
Does the gentleman yield? All right, the gentleman has yielded. Is there further discussion on Graves' amendment number 29?
I'd like to be recognized, Chairman. This is Rep Moore.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
And I just have I guess a question, and then I'll maybe yield to Representative Graves if he can help me understand this. When we're saying raising revenues to build back better, are we talking about just giving money, like I don't want to say printing money because that's overly commonly used, but as we talk about this reconciliation package that is just increasing spending, are we saying that that is what we're doing to raise revenues? Or are we saying we're going to empower the industry, U.S. industry, to help raise revenues? That's a fundamental question, like a sincere question that I have, because we say we're trying to raise revenues to build back better. Like, I view it as, we need to enable our industries to be able to excel and have, the type of regulatory environment that they need to be able to go and actually, raise revenues. That's my understanding. But are we talking different terms here? Let me go ahead and yield to Representative Graves the balance of my time, and then if he wants to allow for someone to answer that question on the Democrat side, sincerely, I don't understand it all the way.
Mr. Moore is yielding to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I appreciate your question. So yeah, I got to be honest. I didn't totally follow the logic for Mr. Lowenthal. I know that that he's an advocate of the legislation and certainly believes that increasing some of the costs and fees on domestic energy production helps to achieve some of the objectives in the bill. But I think that maybe we were getting our wires crossed. What is confusing to me is that our amendment simply says that you can't get critical minerals from the Taliban, which I think really carries over to ISIS and Al Qaeda and others, which would just enrich them to further challenge U.S. interests in Afghanistan and around the globe. And so, and as you know, Mr. Moore, we actually have some of these same rare earth and strategic minerals in the United States, including in the acting chair area of Salton Sea, that folks are basically prohibiting to be retrieved, therefore increasing our dependence upon China, potentially the Taliban and others. And so this amendment has nothing to do with raising revenue. It has everything to do with actually ensuring that the jobs, that the dollars, that the sources of energy are American energy, American jobs, American economic activity, not that of the Taliban, Al Qaeda, and ISIS, which I really don't care to employ. So I'm happy to offer time up to Mr. Huffman if he'd like to explain the answer there a little bit.
Well, I thank the gentleman for that time, and I will simply use that time to remind members that there are procedural problems with all of these amendments like this. I'm always impressed that some of our friends across the aisle have this amazing capacity to find linkages to the Taliban and Al Qaeda and Communist Party of China and all these other things. I'm a little bit worried that there may be some staff out there playing a drinking game right now, where every time these buzzwords are mentioned, they have to take a drink. And by the end of this markup, I'm worried about their sobriety because it just keeps getting said over and over. I wish that same creative linkage capacity were applied to the way our toxic addiction to fossil fuels is destroying our climate and creating a catastrophe. Because I think if you made that obvious connection that many of us are making, you'd be working with us to build back better and to make these investments that we're trying to advance today. So with that, I will yield the time, and we
and so
I'll
thank
ask
you,
if there's
Mr.
any further
Chairman.
debate on this amendment.
So, yep,
Mr.
Mr.
Graves,
Chairman,
the time has expired.
I'm actually not
So
going
is
to
there
fill in a
further
minute,
debate?
sir.
Is there further debate on amendment number 21?
Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
I'm not even sure where to start on this one, Mr. Chairman, but I was confused like Mr. Graves. Now, if I understood correctly, the position of the majority is that banning minerals and elements from Afghanistan and the Taliban would that is critical to the success of the Build Back Better program, if that was the position I understood described earlier. But also, the link is obvious. It doesn't take a lot of logic to put the pieces together when the majority is talking about decarbonizing our economy and you want everything to be electric. Well, we know that you can't have electric without minerals and elements. Also included in this disastrous bill is $350 million to shut down a copper mine that could supply 25% of the U.S. copper for the next 50 years. So if we're not going to make it at home, we have to get it somewhere. Is that somewhere China? Is that somewhere Afghanistan? Is it going to be continually getting it from the places that China goes and develops mines like the Congo? So I think there's a definite link when you start talking about doing away with the reliable energy source of fossil fuels, and you don't want to look at how we make those fuels cleaner, how we all work towards a cleaner energy sector and a cleaner environment, instead of just thinking we can regulate it out of existence. And we know that
Really
what's
difficult because
already
we can't
happened is
know
going to continue to happen.
why we're opposing.
And that is that prices started going up, and the president's on the phone with OPEC asking them to increase production. So there's a way to transition. We talked about this in the markup last week. If we want to have a serious conversation about how we transition, how we can continue on the path of making U.S. energy cleaner like it's already on, or like it was on until this administration stepped in and started making irrational rules and not doing their jobs and permitting. If we wanted to talk about a true transition, then yeah, we're open to talk about that. We want to talk about how we can use new technology like small package nuclear reactors that are carbon free, how we could increase hydropower. Mr. McClintock already talked about that in California. There are a lot of ways we could do low carbon electricity, low carbon or no carbon energy, but that's not what this is about. This is about an attack on American energy, on American minerals, which is essentially American jobs, and it's shifting wealth overseas, and it's not going to do anything for the environment. As Republicans, we want a cleaner, healthier, safer environment, but we also want to have a vibrant economy, and we actually think those two go hand in hand. You don't have to destroy the economy to have a healthy environment. So that's where the connection is. It's all this talk about decarbonizing, about getting rid of fossil fuels, and we just ask a simple question: where are we going to get the energy? And if it's going to be electric energy, you've got to have copper, you got to have rare earth minerals, and if we're not getting them from here, then where? And it sounds like that where might just be Afghanistan. I yield back.
Gentleman is yielded. Is there further discussion on Graves Amendment number 29?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Ben's here.
Yes, Mr. Benz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to weigh in on Ranking Member Westerman's remarks about transition, because the failure of this bill, and there are many of them, but to understand the expense that a family has to incur in order to acquire an electric car, to utilize some of the, I guess, thousands of electrical outlets that are suggested under this bill is just amazing, because most folks don't have the $15,000 or $20,000 or $30,000, $40,000 it takes to go out and acquire a new car. I only bring this up because, as so often has been the case in these kind of wishful thinking bills, there's all of these prompts, but little thought given to how the real folks in the United States are actually going to keep up with them. The prompt being, we're going to drive up the cost of your fuel in your gasoline powered or diesel powered vehicle before there's an alternative that they can afford. And no one takes into account the time over which transition has to occur. It's almost as though, hey, we're going to drive up the cost of your fuel tomorrow. We know it's going to take 15 to 20 years to flip the fleet from internal combustion engines over to electric, or for that matter, hydrogen, or whatever else the case may be. So I just wanted to weigh in on the importance of the concept that Ranking Member Westerman raised, which is, how do you carefully, thoughtfully approach transition? And so, and as so often is the case, people leap in to proclaim that someone's opposed to change just because you bring up the details necessary to achieve it. So I wanted to weigh in and say, hey, yeah, let's talk about transition. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Westerman, even though Ranking Member Westerman, even though he may not want the time.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I would yield time to Mr. Graves if he needs more time. I think he was trying to reclaim his time earlier.
Mr. Westerman is yielding to Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves does not appear to be with us right there. He is. Okay. I recognize Mr. Graves.
Mr. Huffman, I know you were sad I wasn't here. Hey, thank you very much for yielding back. Mr. Chairman, I'm so concerned, as I said in my opening statement at this markup session, that people are doing and saying things that simply aren't based on the facts. And look, I invite you, if you don't agree with something I'm saying, or if you have some other facts, I'd love to hear them. I really would. But the reality is that the policies that are being carried out by the very people that are sitting here talking about being concerned about climate change are actually resulting in increased global emissions. We just had this president out there begging OPEC to increase oil production. I mean, like, you can't make this stuff up. So you're increasing oil production. You are becoming more dependent, not just you, but forcing your allies to be more dependent upon oil from Vladimir Putin, resulting in higher global emissions, celebrating a Paris Climate Accord that results in increased global emissions, handing over the economic reins of the globe to China by allowing them to double their emissions whenever they're currently emitting more than every developed country in the world combined. This bill puts funds to Presidio Trust, which again is in the speaker's neighborhood in her district. Let's see, we're looking at some more stats here. Let me give you some other good ones. So not only are you supporting efforts to increase emissions, more dependence upon the Taliban, Russia, and China for energy, you also are putting $200 million toward, let's see, the value of one block of homes adjacent to the Presidio, which that block includes 14 homes, is $270 million. Look at that. That's just like average America, right? 14 homes worth $270 million. The next block over, don't worry, it's much cheaper. It's only 14 homes worth $220 million. And Mr. Chairman, adjacent to the Presidio, there are approximately 50 blocks of homes that have value around $200 million per block. Mr. Chairman, it is baffling to me what you all stand for, what your priorities are, and how in the world you would possibly explain this irresponsible, reckless bill to the average American, not to mention the guy who owns that place right there. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back to me. And I would just, I have the same hard time describing what the American people get for $32 billion.
Mr. Westerman, your time has expired, sir. And since we are now plowing through a lot of the same speeches and rhetoric for about the fourth or fifth time, I think I'm going to hold you to the clock. Mr.
Chairman, I would yield my time to Ranker Westerman.
Mr. Rosendale has yielded his time. Mr. Westerman, have at it.
We get to go number 6. Maybe you all will catch on to it after 6 or 7 times. But, the idea that we're going to spend $32 billion in this committee, 0.9% of the $3.5 trillion. I think the Ways and Means Committee is meeting today to mark up over $1 trillion in spending, and Ed and Labor's got another massive amount of spending. Again, this one committee, $32 billion more than the state budgets of 27 states in our country. So what do the taxpayers get from it? And like Mr. Graves said, it makes things worse. It doesn't help anything. I can't think of one thing to tell my constituents back home, if you all pass this and God forbid it gets signed into law, that's going to make their life any better. And I don't see how you can tell anybody across the country that there's anything in this bill that's going to make life better for them. All it's going to do is cost more money, drive jobs away, and put financial burdens on our future. I appreciate the gentleman from Montana yielding, and I'll yield back time to him.
All right. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question then is on Graves Amendment number 29 to the ANS. I'll pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I will now pause so members opposed can unmute. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd appreciate a recorded vote.
Recorded vote's been requested, and that will be postponed pursuant to our previous ruling. Mr. Graves, you have the next amendment designated as number 30 to the ANS. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. This is amendment number 30, and pertains to the Presidio Trust. And Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of discussion about the Presidio Trust, and a lot of talk about how perhaps this isn't truly the best use of funds, and really not a priority for our nation, especially in light of all of the other challenges that our country faces, and all of the other, I think, just better uses of funds. I just covered some of the incredible real estate. I mentioned earlier, 2 homes are for sale within blocks away that are worth that are selling for $28 million. I mentioned that there's a home for sale for $45 million. That the adjacent block, 14 homes, are worth $270 million. So rather than, and there's no entrance fee, there's no cost to quote enjoy these resources. And so rather than putting these funds towards something that's as excessive and in this neighborhood that it is, we thought that redirecting the dollars to perhaps greater needs would be better. So what we do is, under this amendment, it takes the $200 million to address deferred maintenance backlog at the Pearl Harbor National Memorial and the USS Arizona Memorial Park in Hawaii. It also redirects the funds for the American Memorial Park in the Northern Mariana Islands, the War in the Pacific National Historical Park in Guam, the San Juan National Historic Site in Puerto Rico, Big Cypress National Preserve and the Everglades National Park in Florida, and the Grand Canyon National Park in Arizona. Mr. Chairman, I asked earlier about other members, maybe Republican members, maybe even Democrat members, that would benefit under this legislation. Anything even remotely as close as the $200 million slush fund for one of the richest areas of the United States that Speaker Pelosi has in the bill. And that was, no one was able to answer the question. And the reason is because no one benefits to the same tune as Speaker Pelosi for this gift to limousine liberals in an area of pretty extraordinary wealth. And so we just thought maybe spreading these dollars out to other areas that have need in Northern Marianas, in Guam, in Hawaii, in Arizona, and Florida, and other areas perhaps would just be a better use of the funding, and maybe the areas that enjoy more visitors and really just provide a better return on investment. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I urge adoption of this amendment. I look forward to support from some of my friends on the committee, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Chair, I request permission to rebut.
Mr. Lowenthal, you're recognized, and thank you very much, Mr. Huffman. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Lowenthal.
Thank you. I'm going to oppose this amendment. We have already debated this issue at length on multiple other amendments. There's nothing more to say on the issue. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Graves Amendment number 30 to the ANS. I will pause so members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed should please unmute, and those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
Request a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman requested a vote. It'll be postponed as pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Westerman, you have the next amendment designated number 13, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back. I think you were possibly away when I had a similar amendment earlier that looks at the $1 billion that's in this bill that's set aside for climate resiliency and adaptation, even though there's 500 million that's been appropriated to this fund in the past. This bill would simply take the 1 billion instead of putting it out there for tribal climate and resiliency adaptation. It would direct it to Indian Health Service facility construction. In recent years, several reports to Congress have highlighted the dire conditions of many Indian Health Services facilities. Most facility capacity is only 52% of the need. This creates crowded, unsafe conditions which affect the delivery of care. The average age of IHS hospitals is estimated to be 40 years old, which is 4 times the age of most hospitals throughout the United States. At current appropriation levels, if a new hospital were built today, it would need to last 400 years before it could be replaced. These conditions were exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw many American Indian and Alaska Native communities being disproportionately impacted. We have a responsibility to tribal communities to ensure they have access to reliable and safe health facilities. Aging facilities risk code noncompliance, lower productivity, and compromises for healthcare services. While this bill does include some funding for health facilities, and I support that, but it will only address the 1990s priority list, which benefits only a handful of tribes. This is a missed opportunity as the total estimated facility need in the IHS system is approaching $20 billion. This is another common sense amendment. Makes a lot more sense if you're going to spend this much money to put it into Indian Health Services instead of to a bloated fund on climate resiliency and adaptation. I urge support of the amendment and yield back.
Yields. Anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. This is Teresa Ledger Fernandez from New Mexico.
Representative Ledger Fernandez, please.
I truly appreciate the gentleman's concern for constructing health facilities in Indian country. Indeed, as he notes, decades of underfunding has forced so many healthcare facilities to outlive their intended lifespans. But we do have funds in this bill to construct such facilities. As we rebuild these decrepit healthcare facilities and other facilities in Indian country, we must invest in the latest innovations in building technology to make sure that they last longer and withstand the impacts of extremely damaging conditions that we're seeing. These resiliency investments are smart budgetary measures. This amendment, as well as the previously debated amendment, would eliminate the needed investments for resiliency. Just today, we've heard significant debate and support for investing in resilience. We need to remember that tribes throughout the country, Alaska Natives, Hawaiian Natives, live in places where it is very important to invest in resilience programs. They're often on the front lines of climate change, and I do not want us to deprive them of the investments that they need to support their buildings. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
This meeting is being recorded.
Mr. Chair, I would speak. Rosendale.
Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have in Montana 7 reservations, and all of them are located in some of the most rural areas across the state, and has been recognized by both sides of the aisle. IHS has been dramatically underfunded, and because of that, my constituents suffer dramatically dramatically as compared to other people and their health care across the nation. And any time that I could direct additional funding in to help the people across the state of Montana, I want to do so. So I appreciate the ranker bringing this forward and would urge everyone to please support this so that my constituents can have access to the same type of health care that your constituents have access to. And I would yield.
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the airplane noise. It was either that or I have construction going on in the building that I live in with many others for a new furnace vent. So this is a little quieter. I would caution us on voting for this amendment. I appreciate what the Native American chair said as she leads the authorizing committee on Native American issues. We consult with tribes, and tribes were consulted as this bill was put together. And as was pointed out by the chair earlier, she was absolutely correct. We have Alaska Native tribes that are losing land mass. We have tribes in Oregon and Washington state that are in dire trouble, might even lose their ability to have their economic security move forward because of climate change and how it's affecting rivers, ice melt, a whole lot of things. So the tribes were consulted as this portion of the bill was put together. And for us to just vote for this amendment, well-intentioned, I think members know how hard I work on hospital and healthcare issues. Well-intentioned as it is, without consultation from the tribes, especially the tribes impacted by climate change, having to totally move into new parts of states and look for new land in which to raise their families on, would be very disingenuous. And I know the gentleman doesn't mean that. And so I'd ask him to even consider withdrawing his amendment, because we should be consulting the tribes before we do anything this drastic, with so many tribes being in danger with climate change. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized in the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Westerman Amendment number 13 to the ANS. Those in favor unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, unmute and indicate by saying no. No.
No.
And the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
That's for recorded vote.
Ranking members requested a recorded vote, and that's postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Bentz, you have the next amendment designated number 7 to the ANS, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on page 55 of the, as it is called, the bill, that which we are debating today, we find a reference to the Endangered Species Recovery Plans, $150 million going toward that. And then in the next section, Endangered Species Habitat Conservation. And then the next paragraph, we have Endangered Species Act interagency consultations. And consistent with the activities and perhaps supplemental to and adding more detail, which it certainly needs, is my amendment number 7. This amendment would preserve the critical habitat reduction for the northern spotted owl that was published in January to allow an increase in forest restoration projects, create jobs, and protect the northern spotted owl from catastrophic wildfire. Under the last administration, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued a rule to right-size the habitat for the northern spotted owl by reducing fractionally the habitat that the owl enjoys, if that's the right word for it, Mr. Chair, because of course the owl is having a great deal of time competing against the barred owl in those spaces. It's also having an incredibly difficult time in protecting itself against these catastrophic wildfires. And we enjoyed, if that's the right word for it, I don't think enjoy is the right word for it, but we watched the backdrop in your temporary chair's video of the fires that are destroying huge chunks of California. And Mr. Chair, what we're trying to do, of course, is get into the forest and try to reduce the damage that's being done by these fires. This amendment would protect the owl and others in those forests by allowing treatment in literally 1 million acres of space that previously was set aside for the owl, but actually resulted in putting the owl at greater risk. So what's happening is this amendment, my amendment, would stop the archaic approach to species management, which currently designates large swaths of critical habitat, even though this damages the very species it's trying to protect. Mr. Chair, this amendment helps not only communities, but also the endangered species involved in the northern spotted owl, and I would urge your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Bent's amendment number designated number 7?
Chair, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'll support Representative Bent's amendment. This is common sense and it follows science. As the Fish and Wildlife Service has already proven that declining spotted owl populations are a result of barred owl competition and the loss of habitat due to wildfires, not because of sustainable timber harvesting. In fact, Fish and Wildlife's own recovery plan points to the need for active forest management. Yet management restrictions from critical habitat designations have made it difficult for federal land managers to implement forest thinning and other activities to reduce further habitat loss from wildfire. I have to wonder if 30 years ago, if somebody might have sit in this room and said, you know, if you stop doing management on the federal lands, you're going to hurt the spotted owl instead of help the spotted owl. You know, they're not around that I'm aware of, if they were, if they even did say that, to say, I told you so. But surely somebody looked at it back then and thought, we're going to make this situation worse than we're making it better. Just like as we're looking to the future, the policies that are out there now are going to make wildfires worse than better, which is going to make habitat, not just for the spotted owl, but for many other species, worse and not better. Just like today, we can look back in history and say, we messed up. We stopped managing forest and we destroyed habitat that could benefit the spotted owl. And Mr. Bentz is trying to correct that with this amendment. So if you care about the science, if you care about endangered species, if you care about doing the right thing, I think you will support this amendment. But if you want to just continue playing the political game with the environment, then don't vote for his amendment. And, you know, 20 or 30 years from now, when possibly all of us are not here anymore, somebody might look back and wonder, did somebody say, you know, this was a bad decision at the time? Let's make a good decision. Let's do something that's actually good for the environment and good for the species that enjoy that forested environment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Hearing no further debate. The question is on the Bentz amendment number 7 to the ANS. Members in favor can please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Those members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of the chair is the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chair, may I request a recorded vote?
Recorded vote has been requested and is postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Representative Gosar, you have the next amendment designated number 6 to the ANS, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would codify 5 different ESA regulations promulgated in the last administration that improve the ESA and provide clarity to states, local governments, stakeholders, and private landowners. Unfortunately, the package we are considering today is devoid of the ESA reforms and simply throws more money at a process that is largely broken. The 5 regulations that this amendment reinstates would block blanket 4D rules, define critical habitat, streamline Section 7 consultation, clarify the critical habitat designation process, and ensure adequate economic analysis are completed before critical habitat is designated. Blanket 4D rules allow the Fish and Wildlife Service to treat threatened species as endangered. It was never the intent of the ESA to treat threatened species as endangered, which is why this rule was common sense. However, the Biden administration announced they plan to reinstate the blanket 4D rule, which is in a huge step backward. The definition of critical habitat was created following a groundbreaking Supreme Court decision which clarified that the ESA, quote, does not authorize the secretary to designate an area as critical habitat unless it has also habitat for the species, end quote. This rule simply puts the Supreme Court's determination into a regulation. Even though this regulation stems from a decision by the nation's highest court, the Biden administration is still planning on rescinding it, setting themselves up to waste taxpayer dollars defending the rescission in court. The process for designating critical habitat has also been highly controversial and litigated frequently. This rule clarified that areas where the threatened and endangered species are present at the time of the listings be evaluated for critical habitat first and be designated as critical habitat. An area must contain at least one of the biological features needed for the species conservation. Another one of the rules requires the Fish and Wildlife Service to conduct exclusion analyses when an opponent brings forward credible information on the economic effects of the habitat designation. The service would also be required to exclude an area from critical habitat designation when it concludes that the benefits of the exclusion outweigh the benefits of designating the area as critical habitat, unless failure to designate that area will result in the species extinction. This regulation is not only common sense, but it is also compliant with a Supreme Court ruling. It is unfortunately also under attack by this administration. The ESA Section 7 consultation process requires agencies to consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service to ensure that the actions they take, including those they fund or authorize, do not jeopardize the existence of any listed species under the ESA. This process has always been a sticking point for those forced to comply with the ESA. This regulation codified alternative consultation processes and created timelines for consultation, thus increasing the efficiency of ESA compliance. This rule is also under attack by the current administration, despite the fact that it stands to reduce some of the friction associated with the ESA. Codifying these regulations would do much more than excessively spending taxpayer money in ensuring that the ESA works effectively and efficiently for local government stakeholders and private citizens, while helping listed and attacked and at-risk species. Unfortunately, this bill is devoid of any such reforms. This amendment seeks to enact reforms which will help people and species and improve and modernize the ESA. With that, I will yield back my time and ask everybody to codify these common sense ESA reforms.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Gosar's amendment number 6? In opposition, let me recognize myself. The amendment is a bad faith effort, I think, I believe to push an agenda unrelated to today's proceedings. And that agenda, as much as it is debated and will continue to be debated, is not related to this. It does nothing to protect our American communities or the climate. Moreover, as it's drafted, it includes procedural issues that will put all these critical investments that we're talking about and working on with the ANS in jeopardy and at risk. So, for those reasons, and in particularly the last point, I urge members to oppose this amendment and yield back the remainder of my time. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Somebody yield me some time.
Mr. Chair, I would yield Mr. Gosar my time.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Gosar, you're recognized.
Yes, Chairman, unfortunately, I call hogwash on you. You know, this is all about resources, whether it be wildlife, whether it be endangered habitat, whether it be interfacing with the human encroachment. All of this is practical and part of the regards to the resources that we are looking at in regards to this budgetary process. So I've heard it over and over again saying it's going to derail. Really? I got to tell you, I'm calling bull crap because it doesn't. These are common sense forecasts that have advanced reforms that are beneficial not only to the habitat and species, but to the implementation of an ESA that's practical, dynamic, and applicable to our times. So with that in mind, I once again will say I've heard enough that is going to derail the process. You know, this process is out of whack. It's out of whack. And good process always leads to good policy, which gets back to good politics. When are we going to get back to that? I constantly ask over and over again, when are we going to get back to that? So with that, I ask everybody to support the amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Anything, no further debate on the question is on GOSAR amendment number 6 to the ANS. Members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, unmute and indicate their opposition by saying no.
No. No.
And in the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote, and it's postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Next is Representative Tiffany. You have the next amendment designated number 3. You're recognized, sir. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, this is Westerman. I don't think Tiffany's available, so I would
I got you.
ask to be able to.
We'll hold that until.
Can I may I offer the amendment for Mr. Tiffany?
Oh, I didn't catch that part. Excuse me. Mr. Westerman is recognized for 5 minutes to present Tiffany amendment designated number 3 to the ANS, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, this is a pretty simple amendment. It just says that no funds will be used to ban the importation, acquisition, transfer, or possession of wildlife parts or products per a recent petition to the Fish and Wildlife Service that was filed by the Center for Biological Diversity and the NRDC. Mr. Chairman, in order to accomplish this ban, the petition calls on the service to quote, find that trade in wild mammals and birds and any part, product, egg, or offspring thereof is injurious to people and wildlife, unquote. Unsurprisingly, the sportsman community is outraged as 36 groups, as you can see behind me, including the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, Ducks Unlimited, the National Wild Turkey Federation, Pheasants and Quail Forever, the Mule Deer Foundation. They all sent a letter encouraging the Department of Interior to reject the petition. The letter notes that, again, I'm quoting, our nation's 37 million sportsmen and women would be disincentivized from hunting, which would negatively impact both conservation funding and rural economies. If one were unable to transport harvest without unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, then they would be less likely to take part in such pursuits. Non-resident hunting in many states is a significant source of conservation funding, unquote. Sportsmen and women help drive the U.S. economy by spending $94 billion on gear, motorboat fuel, license, travel, clothing, and more. This adds over $55 billion to our GDP and provides for roughly 854,000 jobs. Arkansas itself has 696,000 hunters and anglers who spend $1.5 billion annually and support over 25,000 jobs, while generating $163 million in state and local taxes and $42 million for conservation efforts in the state. This funding is largely provided by fees on firearms, ammunition, certain fishing and hunting gear, and motorboat fuel, and it would jeopardize or be put in jeopardy by this petition. The petition would also add additional red tape for state and wildlife agency experts across the country by forcing them to seek permits from the service in order to ship wildlife over their borders. State fish and wildlife agencies would also lose significant funding since in 1939, they have received roughly 60% of their funding from sportsmen and women, most of which is directed towards conservation efforts. The letter submitted by 36 conservation groups points out Again, I'm quoting from the letter. The restrictions put forth by the petitioners has the absolute ability to upend a significant portion of this funding, thus risking the financial stability of our nation's state, fish, and wildlife agencies and a significant sector of our country's economy, unquote. You know, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what motivates somebody who calls themselves the Center for Biological Diversity to file a petition like this. Maybe they should be renamed the Center for Biological Destruction and or the NRDC. We could also call them the National Natural Resources Destruction Council, because that's what's going to happen if this provision remains in this bill. If you want to do something good for wildlife, if you want to do something good for conservation, then I encourage people to support this amendment by Representative Tiffany, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and is there any further discussion on Tiffany Amendment number 3? Anyone seek to be recognized? I will recognize myself in opposition. This amendment would overturn current law that bans the import and transport of wildlife taken illegally in other countries. It is literally advocating that for those bad guys who illegally traffic in wildlife, an issue that in the past has gained bipartisan support in opposition of that. On top of that, the amendment would undermine the investments this bill is helping, is making to help our country build back better and to put people to work. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Anyone else wish to seek recognition on the item? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Tiffany.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Tiffany. Was this my amendment or is going through a dead zone?
Okay, the gentleman is recognized.
Okay, just want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, this is the amendment that was offered by Mr. Westerman by myself. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, if you could just give me a couple minutes, I would really appreciate it here. I have real concerns of what has been offered by the Natural Resources Defense Council and the Center for Biological Diversity, asking to stop international hunting trade that would also affect our domestic hunting and fishing opportunities also. And first of all, it's really disappointing that they're using an administrative process to accomplish this, and which is unfortunate. And I think if most members, including Democrats on this committee, if they really understood what NRDC and the Center for Biological Diversity were attempting to do, if it was done in a clean bill before this committee, where they actually saw what was being attempted to make happen rather than this slippery administrative process that's trying to be used with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I think members would vote against this. So we're giving them the opportunity now to be able to stop this by not funding what the Fish and Wildlife Service is talking or is being asked to do in an administrative fashion. So first of all, if you read the document put out by the NRDC and Center for Biological Diversity, they started out by saying something about that you're seeing diseases jumping from animals, stuff like that, could lead to future pandemics. In other words, just trying to scare the heck out of people in order to accomplish their policy goals, when it's very clear that it appears quite clear at this point that the COVID-19 pandemic did not come from a bat or anything like that. It came from the Wuhan lab. And that is becoming more and more clear every day, that perhaps this gain of function research that was funded by Dr. Fauci and others may lie at the heart of what happened and came out of that Wuhan lab. And to use that scare story to try to shut down the international hunting trade is just really wrong. But remember what's at the heart of this. This is what has preserved some species, is by having proper management. by incentivizing the value of these animals that sometimes people go on big game hunts with. And it's allowed people to be able to stay in their native communities, for example, in Africa, while also offering opportunities for those hunters, sometimes who pay a lot of money that goes directly to those tribal members in these communities over in Africa and other places. And also, this has led to less poaching, and another reason to support this bill. So there's also impacts at the state level. For example, we import elk into Wisconsin in an attempt to bring elk back into our state and have a thriving herd in the state of Wisconsin. This would require additional administrative hurdles, possibly going through the Centers for Disease Control in order to move elk into Wisconsin. Do you think Dr. Rochelle Walensky knows much about elk and she should be making the decision, or anybody else that's the head of the CDC? That's the kind of hijinks that are going to happen if this National Resources Defense Council and Center for Biological Diversity administrative rule is allowed to go through. What I'm proposing here is to stop that. Finally, there are 35 or 36 hunting and angling groups that have come out vocally and vociferously saying, don't do this. And I hope you listen to them. In fact, one of them that's listed on there is a group that was set up as a front group to help Democrats to back purposes to help Democrats. Even they are saying to you guys, don't do this. It is really bad policy, and it's terrible politics. And I think about some of you on the committee that get an enormous amount of money by people, including coming from my state of Wisconsin, to come and recreate in Minnesota, Colorado, places like that. You are jeopardizing this opportunity if you go along with the well-heeled people from the Natural Resources Defense Council and the Center for Biological Diversity. You have a chance here by voting yes on this amendment to say, I support hunting and fishing and recreation here in America, and I support anti-poaching efforts by voting for this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the extended time.
No problem. Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Tiffany's amendment number 3? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the amendment number 3. Members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and please indicate by saying no.
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 Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I would ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman, please.
Mr. Tiffany has requested a recorded vote, and that would be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Graves, you have the next amendment designated number 13, and you'll recognize, sir, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, thanks. Just double check which one I got going here. Oh yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is pretty simple. As you know, this legislation increases the royalty rates charged on energy production. And so this amendment is very simple. All it does is it requires the Government Accountability Office
Yes,
to
okay, I'm on.
issue a report. And look, sounds like Mr. Lowenthal is supportive. It issues a report that that would require issue a report that would look at the cost increases as a result of raising the royalty rates, just so we can make an informed decision, understanding how much this would impact the price of gas at the pump, understanding that how this may affect things like domestic energy production or energy supply. So that's all this is. It simply is a Government Accountability Office report looking at the cost increases. It's required within 120 days of this bill being enacted, and that's it. So it's a study, it's a report. It doesn't stop the royalty increase. It simply does a report to look at the cost of increased energy as a result of raising the royalty rates. Now, for my friends that may hesitate here, I want to remind you that right now this is actually a bidding process, and so there's an auction that's associated with royalties, or excuse me, with leases, and so there is an auction or a bidding process that's involved here. I think that this should be something that everybody should support, just getting information. And I urge that y'all support this amendment. I guess the last question that I would have here, I do have one question for the chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill mandates that royalty rates increase. So the bill, as you know, it mandates that royalty rates for energy production increases. Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, does the bill have to mandate that the royalty rates increase, or is that something that the administration could do on their own? Of course, I'll yield to you to answer.
I think the point is to codify this into law so that it becomes not a discretionary issue in terms of the administration, but an issue in which that investment is recognized in this, and that's why it's the way it is. It's about assuring that the mandate is has the appropriate longevity to it, that executive orders and other regulations that we have learned on both sides can change with each administration.
Yeah, it's a good point. Thank you. I reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman. That it is a good point. So this would actually provide the staying power or the longevity, as you said.
In terms of the investment, yes.
Mm-hmm. And so, Mr. Chairman, I just one last question. I'll yield back. So has the administration actually exercised their discretion to increase royalties to these rates? Meaning, does the Biden administration actually said on their own, exercising their own discretion, we want to raise them to this level?
Thank you, sir. In terms of the procedural issues with regard to the administration and where it's at, I don't have an answer for you. And as such, we're dealing with what we have before us, and I don't have any background or any other issues procedural-wise to bring to you and to clarify any question you might have. So,
right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So reclaiming my time. So I think this once again emphasizes the comments that I've made twice now during this markup, is that here we are voting on a bill that was written by who knows who, and no one here understands what it does and then understands how it may affect current policies, how it may adversely affect, positively affect, yet all the sheep are just following along. And so I think it just goes back to, Mr. Chairman, to just the irresponsibility of this committee right now, just blindly moving forward on things that folks don't even fully comprehend. And I think that just makes the point. So I'll yield back. I urge adoption of the amendment that just requests the report, and look forward to your support.
Gentleman yields. Anybody wish to be recognized on Amendment 13?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wish to be recognized.
Chairman Lowenthal, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. And I thank Representative Graves, but I am going to oppose this, as he calls it, very simple amendment, because it is designed to eventually prevent our ability to invest in our country and to build back better for all Americans. I urge my colleagues to look at what this amendment is at. It is an attempt to undermine our efforts that we're trying to do today, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I would speak.
Who seeks recognition?
Rosendale.
Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Representative Graves bringing this forward because too often there's decisions that are made in this body that folks don't gather the hard data that is available to determine what the impacts are going to be upon the people that this is going to be placed upon. And so all he is simply doing is saying, we have the resources available to us. We have the Congressional Budget Office. We have all of these things that are available that we can generate this information so that we can really see what the consequences of our actions are going to be. Let's just say my colleagues on the left side are accurate, and all we're going to do by raising these royalties is generate these just gobs of additional revenue for the government to be able to spend. While I strongly disagree with that, I don't think that it will be a reality, as we have seen in many, many circumstances. When you raise taxes, you drive down production, or in fact, it just gets factored in with the total value of leases as we go out and put this on the open market for bid. What we cannot ignore, even if that was true, which I don't believe, you can't ignore that it's going to be impacting the people that are using those products. And we have seen time after time after time, and this is proven, this isn't theory, that higher energy costs disproportionately burden those on the lower end of the income scale at a much greater level than those on the higher end of the income scale. So we can't ignore the impact of those tax increases. These are just plain tax increases on the middle income earners across the entire nation. And so I would love to be able to see the information so that if you're right, it would be justified. If the left is right, if the Democrats, if my colleagues are correct, and this is just going to generate money from unicorns and rainbows as they think it does, and it's not going to come out of anyone's pocket, then by golly, this report will show that. But at least we'll be able to make an informed decision instead of trying to operate in a vacuum. I would yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves Amendment 13. All those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying yes, aye.
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 Members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no. No.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, can we get a recorded vote?
Gentlemen, a recorded vote has been requested and postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Graves, your next amendment is designated number 14, and you are recognized, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I got to look at my note here real quick to figure out which one 14 is. Okay. But Mr. Chairman, this amendment, what it does is it simply says that this legislation can't result in a net loss of American jobs. As many members today have discussed, this sections of the bill that it raises royalty rates, it raises fees, all sorts of impacts on American energy production, and it hands over these jobs to other countries. In many cases, these are countries that don't share American values. And so why we would enrich and employ Russians and Chinese and Taliban and Al Qaeda and ISIS and whoever else you all hope to employ, I don't understand. And so this simply says that you can't have a net loss of jobs as a result of the provisions of the bill. And I'm sure that this is something that we all share, a desire to employ Americans. I know that many of you would rather pay people to stay home, as we saw evidence through some of the programs that you all were pushing earlier this year. But I really think employing people and empowering them through employment opportunities is a better approach. So let me just say it one more time, Mr. Chairman. In quick summary, if you support Americans' jobs, if you support an American economy, if you support ensuring that we have an opportunity for Americans in the future to join the workforce, then you would vote yes on this amendment. If you would rather employ Russians and Chinese and those in the Taliban, those in ISIS and Al Qaeda, then you would vote no. So pretty simple amendment, and I urge adoption, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition on Mr. Graves' amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Congressman Lowenthal.
Chairman Lowenthal, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, and I want to thank again Congressman Graves for his persistence. But as I said before in the previous amendment, this amendment will also undermine the intent of the provisions in question, and that is to raise revenue and protect American taxpayers. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no.
Recognition? Hearing none. The question is on the Graves Amendment number 14 to the NF. All those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
Oh.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chair, can we get a recorded vote?
Mr. Westerman having requested a recording vote, and that's postponed based on prior announcement. Representative Graves, you have the next amendment designated 28, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to double check here. I believe, looking at my notes, it actually says number 18. Are we on the same page or no? It's
28 is the page I have.
It's related to healthcare. I might have a typo here.
Coastal resilience for coastal.
Page 88, line 9.
Coastal resilience is the amendment you have before us now, number 28, that was indicated as one that wanted to be dealt with.
Okay. Tell you what. I am as I mentioned to you before, I'm on the fly here a little bit. Let me see if I can find my.
That's okay.
See if I can find my number 28. Very sorry.
No.
Right. All right. 28. Okay. All right. I see it.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so Chairman, number 28, it says that no provision of this act shall take effect until the Secretary makes a determination that it will not result in reduced climate resilience resources for coastal states. And so the way that this works is it requires 1 year after enactment, the Government Accountability Office has to conduct a study to examine whether the provision will result in a loss of revenue for coastal restoration and resilience projects. Okay, yeah. So what this does, Mr. Chairman, as you know, under the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act, revenues from offshore energy production are shared back with the coastal states. Under Louisiana's Constitution, those dollars must be invested in coastal resilience projects. Projects like the restoration of our coastal ecosystem, the resilience of our communities through projects like elevation of homes, even relocations, restoration of our barrier islands, berms, cheniers, levees, pump stations, things along those lines. As a result of this legislation that requires arbitrary fees and cost and increases in royalty rates and things along those lines, as well as restrictions, there's a concern that we will have a decrease in domestic energy production, and as noted a few times during this markup, that would actually result in an increase in energy production or dependence of foreign energy. We would then have a decrease in revenues that go toward the restoration of our coast, that go toward hurricane protection. Mr. Chairman, I know you well enough to know that you would not want to come stand down in South Louisiana today or any other day and tell people, but especially right now in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, and tell Louisianians that you are passing legislation that will cut funding, for hurricane protection, for resilience, for the restoration of our coast when we've been through the devastating consequences of Hurricane Ida. So, Mr. Chairman, this just simply says that that this bill effectively can't result in a reduction in resilience funds. I also wanted to draw one other connection for you here, Mr. Chairman. As a result of decreased energy production in the United States and increased dependence upon foreign countries, you likely will result in decreased revenues for the general treasury, and so that could therefore decrease the availability of funds for other types of programs beyond the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act. Urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Someone yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing none, let me recognize myself in opposition. The amendment's an attempt to undermine the critical investments that build resilience for coastal communities. And this amendment is, as drafted, has procedural issues that put these investments overall at risk. And so I urge opposition to the amendment and yield back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on Graves Amendment 28 to the ANS. Those in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
Oh,
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Get a recorded vote.
Mr. Recorded vote asking postponed, asked for and postponed until as per prior announcement. Representative Rosendale, you have
inquiry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. On our list, we were told number 18 was next. We just went to 28. Would you mind sharing with us the next few amendments, or ask your staff to, just so we have clarity on which ones we're doing, please?
Rosendale, Westerman, and Boebert are next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Representative Rosendale, you have the next amendment designated as number 2, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I really believe that this is an amendment that we can get bipartisan support on. This amendment, literally, the legislation proposes a takings without compensation. The government can't diminish the use of someone's land or take their property without due compensation. And right now, the legislation proposes to do just that. And all I'm trying to achieve is to protect property rights, whether that's the state's lands, which we have 5.2 million acres of state school trust lands, or whether it's private property. We're not shifting funds around, we're protecting property rights. And I think everyone on this committee would agree to that. The amendment would simply protect the property rights of states and private landowners from the wildlife corridor conservation and grassland restoration sections of the bill. In the West, we've seen time and time again that the federal agencies attempt to expand their jurisdiction, infringing on state and private land and water rights. With teams of lawyers, endless funding, and all the time in the world to wait, the federal agencies are usually able to prevail over private landowners who don't always have the money for lawyers to defend themselves. We also have seen well-meaning programs weaponized and used as cudgels to wreak havoc in rural America. Because this text is so overly broad, these sections could very well be used against states and private landowners in this exact same manner. For example, it's unclear what will happen to a private landowner's fence should their property be located in the middle of a wildlife corridor. Will they be forced to take it down? Will the agency make their life difficult to use this money to buy their land? The truth is that we don't know. How are we supposed to manage our cattle? How are we supposed to keep our horses, all of these animals, in their proper pastures without fencing? And we don't know if this legislation would prohibit that. That's why I introduced this amendment, to make sure that these well-meaning initiatives do not end up disenfranchising the farmers and the ranchers and other hardworking Americans, many of which I represent. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. This amendment simply prohibits the government from taking over control of an individual or a state's land. And I want to be clear that a vote against this amendment is simply a vote against private property rights. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. There's no reserving. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. The question is on Rosendale Amendment number 2 to the ANS, and those members in favor, please unmute and indicate by their favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Members opposed can unmute and indicate their opposition by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Westerman, you have the next amendment designated number 11 to the ANS, and you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, I believe, is something that would actually protect taxpayer dollars from wasteful spending. And when I say wasteful spending, this amendment would prevent serial litigants from receiving funding under the Fish and Wildlife Service subtitle. Left-wing special interest groups have weaponized the ESA by continuously suing the Fish and Wildlife Service for not meeting species listings deadlines that are almost impossible to comply with. The quote, sue and settle process overwhelms regulatory agencies, resulting in settlement agreements and consent decrees requiring agencies to promulgate major regulations with an arbitrarily imposed timeline. Oftentimes these agreements are negotiated behind closed doors with little or no transparency or public input. This allows these radical special interest groups to promote their own federal policy agendas outside of the normal legislative and agency processes. To make matters worse, the groups are financially rewarded for gaming the system. According to GAO, from 2000 to 2010, ESA lawsuits cost taxpayers nearly $24 million in attorney's fees and costs. Private citizens with a net worth of $2 million and for-profit businesses with a net worth of $7 million cannot receive attorney's fees under the Equal Access to Justice Act. However, there is no such cap for nonprofit organizations, which allows these wealthy groups to rake in taxpayer money. Instead of providing the agencies more flexibility with complying with these deadlines, capping these nonprofit organizations, or putting forward other reforms, the majority seems dead set on simply throwing more money at the Fish and Wildlife Service. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, from 2009 to 2017, there were 109 Endangered Species Act settlements. The majority of these settlements came from 3 groups: the Center for Biological Diversity, Defenders of Wildlife, and the Wild Earth Guardians. The image behind me shows how these 3 groups alone accounted for over half of these settlements, and the Center for Biological Diversity was individually responsible for 41 of these 109 settlements. This is not surprising, given that the Center for Biological Diversity's director's quote in 2009 said, quote, when we stop the same timber sale 3 or 4 times running, the timber planters want to tear their hair out. They feel like their careers are being mocked and destroyed. And they are. Psychological warfare is a very underappreciated aspect of environmental campaigning, end quote. That's what taxpayer dollars are funding. Today, we can see the legacy of this mentality in these lawsuits out west. We have had 2 of our worst fire years back to back. I offer this amendment today to prevent serial litigants from these radical special interest groups from stealing more money from hardworking Americans and then using it to sue the taxpayer again, while all the while they're doing more damage to the environment, more damage to wildlife, and they're getting paid by taxpayers to do it. If we're going to spend this much money on Fish and Wildlife Service, please adopt this amendment that would at least prevent these serial litigants from siphoning off of the money and doing more harm than they are good. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on Ranking Member Westerman's amendment, number 11?
Mr. Chair, I'd speak.
Gentleman,
Oh,
Mr. Rosenthal, you're recognized.
There we go. Mr. Chair, I've watched this take place throughout the entire state of Montana, where these habitual litigators come in and they tie up timber sales and cause problems, wreak havoc across our landscape. And it ends up being a net loss, because not only do we have these sue and settle transactions that are taking place that the different agencies and departments are having to put in as a line item budget issue, where they're putting millions of dollars aside so that they can make sure that they're prepared in their budget to accommodate all of these expenses. But they're also losing the revenue, the Forest Service does, on the other side of the ledger, where the sales of timber have been tied up, and they don't have to completely stop it. All they have to do is delay it for about 2 years. A lot of our timber sales are the direct result of beetle kill. And so after about 2 years of those dead trees standing there, they lose their value. And all of a sudden the timber sale isn't going to go through, even if the case was not settled, even if they were allowed to go out there and harvest it, because the sawmill says there's no value there any longer. So that's where we get into this cycle of creating all of this additional fuel, that we have these extreme fires that, I will tell you, has nothing to do with the climate. When you have an extreme fire now, it's because you have all of this excessive fuel that has been built up over years, and all of the dead trees that are laying there to provide that fuel. And what we have is a severe problem where the fires are sterilizing the soil. We have the cascading effect of the weeds that end up stabilizing that land thereafter, because it's the only thing that will grow. We have runoff problems that goes into our streams, that gives us waterway problems. We have fishery problems because of it. So the problems continue to cascade just from this initial issue, which is the habitual litigants. So I would urge everyone to support this amendment from my friend, Representative Westerman, so that we can improve the environment and improve the economic climate as well. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to address amendment number 11? Hearing none, members in favor of the amendment would please unmute and indicate by their favor by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, unmute and indicate their opposition by saying no.
No. No.
Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Boebert, you have the next.
Mr. Chairman, can I get a recorded vote?
Absolutely. Recorded vote has been requested and will be postponed based on prior announcement. Representative Boebert, you have the next amendment designated number 7 to the ANS, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
You're recognized, Ms. Boebert.
Ranking Member, do you need to say something?
I was just going to offer the amendment if you weren't available, but
Oh.
since you're available, I will
Thank you.
yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this national security amendment prohibits 2 federal agencies funded in this bill from flying Chinese drones or drones made with Chinese components. The federal government has thousands of these potentially dangerous drones. The Department of the Interior alone has over 800 such drones. This was so concerning that former Interior Secretary David Bernhardt grounded the Interior Department's drone fleet, with certain exceptions, for human safety in 2020. In his secretarial order, Secretary Bernhardt said, quote, in circumstances, information collected during UAS missions has the potential to be valuable to foreign entities, organizations, and governments, unquote. Despite the national security concerns, Interior bureaucrats, Hal led, but then banned stayed thanks to Secretary Bernhardt. This is part of a larger problem. National security concerns about Chinese drones have been around as early as 2017, when U.S. Customs authorities alleged that drones likely provided China with access to critical infrastructure and law enforcement data through camera softwares and information provided over the internet. While there are bills and provisions pending that would ban Chinese drones starting in 2023, we can do something about this right now, starting with this bill. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services could use Chinese-made drones to carry out parts of this bill. For example, NOAA could use drones to fly over sensitive infrastructure on our coastal lines and to what is the bill's refers to as mapping, so-called blue carbon areas that could include private property. The Fish and Wildlife Service could also use such drones to count endangered and threatened species on public and private lands. Experts disagree on whether more recent Chinese drones have the capability to spy on America, but at the end of the day, it's better to be safe than sorry. Even Senator Chuck Schumer believes there is a problem with Chinese drones because he banned them in the American Innovation and Competitiveness Act, now pending in the Senate. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for drones, just American-made ones that are not spying on rural America. We have an opportunity to do our part by not allowing certain funding in this bill to be used for Chinese drones. I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle love China and love using their products and outsourcing our energy development to them, but we can certainly consider not using Chinese drones. My amendment allows for human safety exceptions, just like Secretary Bernhardt's order. A vote against this amendment is a vote for the Chinese interests that have brought us to this point. And I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
This amendment's another poison pill that puts our effort in this reconciliation process, puts the legislation at risk. We need undermining the much needed investments in programs that help communities understand coastal hazards, prepare for sea level rise, and restore ecosystems is the investment that is being made in our package. And I urge the members to oppose this amendment and not to undermine that effort or to put the legislation as a whole at risk. With that, I yield back and ask if there's anyone else that wants to be recognized on this amendment. Hearing none, I will now pause. Hearing no further debate, the question is on Boebert Amendment number 7. Members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, can we get a roll call vote?
Is there
Thank you,
roll
Mr.
call vote has been requested and will be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. At this point, I want to thank my colleagues for their patience and flexibility, sincerely. I know most of you have overlapping commitments, as I do, with other markups today. And so we'll have a short pause now, reconvene at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for recorded votes. And the committee is now in recess. This will give us an opportunity to notify all members on both
Mr.
sides of the
Chairman?
aisle to be here.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
The committee is now,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Westerman.
can you clarify, is that 5 p.m. Eastern Time or 4 p.m. Eastern Time?
5. That's
An hour and 10 minutes from now.
exactly.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman?
Mr. Graves.
I just want to make sure I understand something. I have a number of additional amendments that have been filed. Could you just help explain to me the disposition of those?
We're going to recess at this point, and as I indicated earlier, we have a amendment in the nature of a substitute that we must deal with as well. And let's when we get back, we'll deal with that question plus the question of the amendment. So with that, we're in recess till 5 o'clock. Thank you very much. you very much. Thank the clerk. A few quick words. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides for a robust and open debate. Last Thursday, we spent nearly 9 hours debating and voting on this committee print. We also have continued this process today for another 6 hours or so, and we have several hours of voting ahead of us still. In addition, every amendment offered today was selected by the minority, not myself. I'm proud of this. I'm proud of the committee's work ethic and thank my colleagues for their contributions and, of course, more importantly, their patience. This open and thorough process has been productive. We have adopted 9 Republican amendments, and I believe we have ensured ample time for all members to make their points and to offer their amendments. With this in mind, I believe it is now appropriate to continue moving forward to a final series of votes. I move the previous question on the Grijalva amendment in the nature of a substitute. This motion is not subject to debate. The question is now on the motion. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor of the motion of the previous question indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion for the previous question on the INS is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can we get a roll call vote on that?
Ranking member requests the vote. The question is on the recorded vote being requested. The question is on the motion for the previous question to the ANS, and the clerk will please call the vote.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gohmert. Mr. Sablon.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman, can we get a visual, please? Oh, I see you. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you please remind us what we're voting on right now?
You're voting on the previous question on the Grijalva amendment in nature of a substitute.
No.
I'm sorry, who said no?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
Forgive me on
Ms.
that.
Porter?
This is Mr. Levin again. I got confused there. This is a yes vote. Yes.
Mr. Levin votes yes.
And as did I, Mr. Chair. This is Mr. Neguse. Would like to vote yes.
Mr. Neguse votes yes. Ms. Porter?
Before, yes.
Ms. Porter votes yes. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, nay.
Mrs. Radewagen votes nay. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes yes. Mr. Webster?
Mr. Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes nay. Ms. Stansbury? Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Stansbury votes yes.
Ms. Stansbury votes yes. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Carl?
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes yes. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mrs. Boebert?
No.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Case? Mr. Obernolte?
No.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Ms. McCollum? Mr. Benz?
Mr. Vance votes no.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes aye.
I'll go to my house to get one.
Ms. Talib votes aye.
Yeah, we do.
Mr. Han?
Don't we?
Aye. No, we've got to be there at
Mr. Han votes aye.
Any member,
Mr.
wish to vote, to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Gonzalez Colon,
Please recognize yourself. Who wishes to be recognized?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Mr. Chair,
recognized?
thank you. I vote aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye.
Garcia
votes
aye.
Mr.
Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Taco. How am I recorded?
Mr. Tonko is recorded as a no.
I choose to be recorded as aye, please.
Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Rosendale votes no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no.
McClintock votes no.
Yeah, Mr. Case, I think, Mr. Case, you're not coming through. I mean, you're muted.
Mr.
I
McClintock
know
votes
you're
no.
trying to. Mr. Case is trying to say something and it's muted.
It is case recorded.
Oh, there it is.
Mr. Case is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Costa. How am I recorded?
Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Chair, could we get the clerk to read the Republicans who are not recorded?
Would the clerk please indicate all the names of the members that are not recorded?
Certainly. Mr. Young? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Graves?
Graves is no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Heiss?
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Tiffany? And Mr. Moore?
Any other members wish to vote or change their vote?
Am I recorded? Stingle recorded?
Ms. Dingle, how is she?
Ms. Dingle is recorded.
Thank you.
If there's no one else, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 15.
The ayes have it. The motion for the previous question on the ANS is agreed to. And now we now turn to the recorded votes that have been requested on amendments, and members are reminded that under House rules, members must be visible to the chair in order to vote, and no exception for technical issues. If a member is visible or without sound, they may visually vote with a thumbs up or thumbs down. Members should answer the clerk by saying their name and then your vote. This allows the camera enough time to switch to you and help reduce the confusion and move the meeting along. We turn to the previously requested.
Mr. Chairman, on the previous vote, the clerk recorded, confirmed my vote after I said it. She confirmed and said Boebert votes no, and I'm getting reports that my name may not have been recorded.
On the previous vote, with the clerk, Ms. Boebert is recorded as how?
Mrs. Boebert is recorded as a no on the previous vote.
Thank you.
And we turn to the previously requested recorded votes. The question is the unfinished business, the amendments to the ANS. The First Amendment designated Boebert number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomer? Mr. Sablon?
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter?
Porter, no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Mrs. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Mrs. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay. Ms. Stansberry?
Yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes yes. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Votes no.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Mrs. Stansberry votes no.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mrs. Dingle?
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes yes. Mrs. McCollum?
McCullough votes no.
Mrs. McCollum votes no.
Thanks.
Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes, let me get my picture on there. Come on, picture. I hope you got it, but I vote no.
I see you. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how's Graves recorded?
Mr. Graves?
Mr. Graves is not recorded.
Graves, yes, please.
Mr. Graves votes yes.
Tiffany?
Tiffany?
Mr. Tiffany is not recorded.
Tiffany votes aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
How is Stauber recorded?
Mr. Stauber is recorded as a yes vote.
Ms. Velasquez, please.
Ms. Velasquez is not recorded.
Is not.
Is not.
Ms. Velasquez is a no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Is Webster recorded?
Mr. Webster is recorded as a yes vote.
Thank you.
Anyone else seeking to change their vote or record their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 25.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. Amendment designated Graves number 3. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Mrs. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay. Mrs. Stansberry. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
Oh, sorry, this is Representative Stansbury. Did you get my no?
Ms. Stansberry is not recorded, but I will mark Ms. Stansberry votes no.
And Gonzalez Colon says yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes yes. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes yes. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Boebert.
It's got a way to go.
Garcia's a
no.
I'm sorry, I can't see you, Mrs. Boebert. Would you mind repeating that?
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
How is Heiss recorded?
Mr. Heiss is not recorded.
Yes, please.
Mr. Heiss votes yes.
Anyone else wish to be
Is Webster
recorded or change
recorded?
their vote?
Is Webster
Mr. Tackle,
recorded?
how am I recorded?
Mr. Webster is recorded as a yes vote.
Mr. Chris, how am I recorded?
Yes. Representative Baird votes yes.
Mr. Chris, you voted no. Mr. Baird? Yes.
Gomer votes yes. How's Representative Taco recorded?
Mr. Gomert votes yes. Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Chairwoman
Garcia
Johnson,
votes
no
no.
to 21, the yeas are 17.
Mr. Garcia votes no.
Amendment is not adopted. Amendment 28, Lucas.
Any other member wish to change their vote? or record their
Tonko
vote?
was not recorded.
Is Mr. Taco recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Chairwoman Johnson.
Madam,
Chairwoman
Chair,
Johnson,
I,
It's Mr. Costa.
I,
How am I recorded and which amendment is this?
This is Graves number 3. And how is Mr. Costa recorded?
Mr. Costa is not recorded, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Costa, no, I lost contact on my iPad. I'm now on my iPhone.
Mr. Costa votes no.
this is Representative Taco. I'd like to be recorded no.
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Does anyone else wish to change their vote? Or record their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
Thank you.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. We move to amendment designated Tiffany number 4. Clerk, please.
Thank you.
We'll call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomer.
Yes.
Mr. Gomer votes yes. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman. I'm not getting a visual. Would you mind repeating that, please?
Yeah, Whitman votes aye. You see it now?
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman. One moment, please.
Whitman.
Coconut juice.
Thanks for your patience, Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes yes. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal,
Mr. Lowenthal.
I vote no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Ms. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Soto. Mr. Moore. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib. I'm sorry, I believe Ms. Talib is muted.
No.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Any members wish to vote, record their vote, or change their vote?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster,
Mr. Webster votes yay. Ms. Harrell votes yay.
Yes, thank you.
anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Westerman number 2. And the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
No.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter. Mrs. Radewagen. Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Ms. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Stansberry.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Gomert votes yes.
Gomer,
Gomert votes yes.
Mr. Gomert votes yes.
Webster votes
Westerman
yea.
is aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye.
This is Representative Stansbury. I should have been recorded as no if it didn't go through.
Ms. Stansbury votes no.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Any other members wish to be recorded or change? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. Let me now turn to amendment designated Bent's number 6. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Chair, I have a clarification. You said Bent's number 6. I thought Bent's was number 5 on a previous list I had. Just trying to make sure which amendment I'm voting on.
6.
Bent's number 6.
I'll pass and I'll double check.
Mr. Gomert.
Although this is Bent's Amendment 6, some of us think Bent's is number 1, but I vote aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Ms. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansbury.
Did you record Ledger Fernandez as a no?
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Ms. Stansbury.
Stansbury votes no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
No.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Mr. Chair, Costa votes yes.
Mr. Costa votes yes.
Mr. Webster
Anyone
votes
else
yea.
wish to record their vote or change their vote, please identify yourself.
Garcia votes no.
Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to Obernolt number 6, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Ms. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansbury? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Aye.
Murray votes no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes.
Hold on. Dingle votes
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
no. It was no.
Mrs. Dingle? Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Rosendale's aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
Senator Goose votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Obernolte votes yes. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Hand?
No.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Any members wish to have their vote recorded that are?
Ms. Brownlee
not,
votes
they'll
no.
Change their vote.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Thank you.
Gomert votes yes.
Mr. Gomert votes yes.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. And Obernolte number 1, the clerk would please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomet votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mrs. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. San Nicholas.
Neguse votes no.
Mr. San Nicholas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert votes yes.
Mrs. Bobert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib. Mr. Hen.
Talib votes
Rosendale.
no.
Ms. Talib votes no.
Rosendale votes yes.
No.
Obernolte, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Obernolte votes yes.
Any other members wish to record their votes? Change their votes?
Can vote.
If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The noes have it and the amendment fails, and we move to McClintock amendment designated number 2, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Neguse
No.
votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Ms. Radwagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry.
Three is a no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
You get Leisure Fernandez voted no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
Yes, votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, I.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Miss Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Nope.
Mr. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Westerman is aye.
Vote or change your vote?
Mr. Westerman votes aye.
Aye.
Gomer votes aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Aye.
Any other members?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye.
Obernolte votes aye. Any other members wish to vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
Thank you very much. We move to amendment designated Stauber number 7, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radwagon.
Radwagon, aye.
Ms. Radwagon votes aye. I'm sorry, I'm being told Mr. Graves gave a thumbs up. Mr. Graves votes yes. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, I.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Cates votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Penalty aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
Let me think. GED voted yes. I vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib? Mr. Han?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member wish to
It
record their
took
vote? or
Mr.
change their vote?
Cohen several hours
Webs-
to come up with a good
I'm
comeback,
sorry,
but
is there-
nice try.
Miss,
How is
Webster votes
Representative
yay.
Any member
Sure.
wish to record their vote or
Yes.
change their
Mr.
vote?
Chair, how am I
Mr.
recorded, Mr.
Lowenthal.
Costa?
How's Mr.
How
Costa
am I
recorded?
recorded?
Mr. Costa is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Lowenthal, how am I
I
recorded?
mean, Mr. Lowenthal is not recorded.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
How is Ms. Talib recorded? Sorry, I can't hear it.
Ms. Talib
How
is
is
not
Ms.
recorded.
Talib votes.
Ms. Talib votes no.
Anyone else wish to
Is
be?
Webster recorded?
Webster?
One moment. Mr. Webster is not recorded.
Yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
I vote
Any
yay.
other member? Any other member wish to be recorded? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 25.
The nays have it. The amendment fails. We move to amendment designated Graves number 6. Clerk, you would please call the roll?
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagoose?
No.
Mr. Nagoose votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves
Yes.
votes yes. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry?
Ray is a no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber? Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes yes.
Ms. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Any member wish to
Rosendale
record
votes
their vote
yes.
that's not recorded? We'll change
Webster
the vote.
votes yay.
Mr. Webster is recorded as a yes.
Mr.
Rosendale.
Chairman, how is Boebert recorded?
Mr. Rosendale is not recorded. Ms. Boebert is
Rosendale.
recorded as a yes.
Ask you a question. No, it's Melissa.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes.
Anyone else wish to record their vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair,
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster is recorded as a yes. Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
The amendment, the noes have it and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Carl number 3. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr.
Aye.
Sablon. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Goose. Mr. Graves.
No. Nagus votes no.
Mr. Goose votes no. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Ms. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry is a no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Tonko votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Boebert votes yes.
Recorded.
Ms. Boebert votes yes.
Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. We move to amendment designated Gomer number 10. Clerk, shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Whitman? Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagus?
No.
Mr. Nagus votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle's a no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting a visual, Ms. Talib.
Gomer votes aye.
No.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Mr. Han votes no. Ms. Talib?
Get Talib. Talib voted no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Thank you. I have a visual.
Any members that have not been recorded?
The aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye.
Anyone else wish to change their vote or not recorded? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it, the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Benz number 11. The clerk would please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mr. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. McClintock.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Ms. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Webster. Ms. Stansbury.
Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Stansbury is no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, I.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernosi. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Ms. Stansbury voted no, so I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
I'm sorry, Ms. Talib. I'm not getting a visual. Oh, I see you now. Thank you so much, Ms. Talib. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
How is Mr. Lamborn recorded?
Mr. Lamborn is not recorded.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
Boebert votes yes.
Ms. Boebert votes yes.
Anyone else wish to be recorded? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 24.
Noes have it, the amendment fails, and we move on to amendment designated Westerman number 7 revised. The clerk shall please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves,
Mr.
yes.
Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansbury.
Stansbury votes no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes
Mr.
no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Ms. Dingle?
Votes no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mrs. Boebert? I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no. Talib votes no. Hello? No.
Sorry, Ms. Talib, I can hear you, but I can't see you. There we go. I see you. Thank you so much. Ms. Trahan?
No.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Any member that's not recorded wish to record their vote?
How is Stauber recorded?
Mr. Stubbard?
Mr. Stauber is not recorded.
Stauber is a yes.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Any
Tiffany.
member-
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay. I'm sorry, Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it and the amendment fails, and we move to Rosendale, number 8, and the clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagus?
No.
Mr. Nagus votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry?
Gray votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Thank you. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Garcia?
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Talib. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members want to change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 22.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Westerman number 12. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nugus.
No.
Mr. Nugus votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter. I'm sorry, Ms.
No.
Porter, I can't hear you. Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasco votes no.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber. Ms. Brownlee.
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Votes no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
The pork belly bites are delicious.
Who are you?
Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's a no.
Sit here with
Mr.
that smell around me and not get over there.
Mr. Garcia is a no. Mrs. Boebert.
Well, that's great. Looking forward to it.
yes.
Ms. Boebert votes yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I need order.
Yeah, Mr. If the clerk will suspend, if members can make sure that they're muted while they're having other conversations other than recording their votes, it would be very much appreciated so we can get through this. Clerk, would you resume?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Left off at Mrs. Boebert, recorded as a yes. Mr. Case. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz says a yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
How is
How is
Kate
Lamborn
recorded?
recorded?
Mr. Lamborn is not recorded.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
How is
Harrell votes aye. Representative Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
you have Mr. Case recorded?
Mr. Case is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Case votes no.
How is Talib recorded?
Ms. Talib is recorded as a no.
Great, thanks.
Any other members wish to record their votes or change their votes? Hearing none. The clerk will please report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The nays have it, and the amendment fails, and we move to Graves, number 29, revised 2. And the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes, oh, excuse me. Mr. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Stansberry?
Gray votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? I'm sorry, Ms. Velasquez, I can't hear you. Mr. Fulcher?
Aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. I'm sorry, one moment. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Olborn Oti? Ms. McCollum? Mr. Benz?
Benz votes yes.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Trahan? Excuse me, Ms. Trahan?
No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Boebert votes yes.
No.
Ms. Boebert votes yes.
Recorded.
Mr. Huffman is not recorded.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
How is Sablon recorded?
Mr. Sablon is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no.
Any other members wish to record?
Mr. San
their
Nicolas
vote?
votes no.
How is Ms. Velasquez recorded?
Ms. Velasquez is recorded as a yes, Mr. Chair.
Any other members wish to record their vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 21.
The noes have it, and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Graves 30, revised 2.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I want to make clear the amendment that's posted online is not the correct amendment. That text is incorrect, and so members and folks in their office may have advised their offices based on incorrect information. This amendment, the revised version, takes the 200 from the Presidio Trust and dedicates it to parks in Hawaii, in Arizona, in Guam, in Puerto Rico, and in Northern Marianas.
that
in
revision,
Florida, and in Florida.
the gentleman would yield that revision was circulated, and on this vote, the committee is aware of that revision you just outlined.
Okay, thank you. I just, because the one that's posted online is not the correct version. Yield back.
The revision you provided has been circulated. With that, the clerk will call the roll, please. On Graves 30, revised 2.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomer.
Aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
All votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansbury.
Stansbury votes no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Velasquez.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
Boebert
No.
votes yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum. Mr. Benz.
Vance votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
How is Sablon recorded, please?
Mr. Sablon is not recorded.
No, Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no.
How
am I recorded,
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Velasquez is not recorded.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Rosendale votes yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes yes.
Anyone else seeks to be, any other member seeks to be recorded or change their vote? Hearing none, The vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to Westerman number 13, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr.
No.
Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr.
Gosar
Neguse
is
votes
aye.
no. Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry?
Three votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? I'm sorry, Ms. Gonzalez. Oh, there you are. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert, yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
San Nicolas votes no.
Just not recorded.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair?
Anyone else?
Mr.
Lamborn
Chairman,
recorded.
how am I recorded? Velasquez?
Ms. Velasquez is not recorded.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Lamborn votes no. Votes yes.
Mr. Lamborn votes yes.
Gomert votes yes.
Mr. Gomert votes yes.
Any member not recorded wish to record their vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
At this point, let me, the clerk has a clarification that she wishes to make for the record, and if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a correction. On McClintock number 2 to the ANS, the vote was announced as 16 yeas and 24 nays. The roll call was in fact 17 yeas and 23 nays. The correct numbers are reflected on the tally sheet.
Okay, and
this is an awesome clerk. Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Sablon.
And If the clerk, and the tally on this final vote was?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On this Westerman, number 13 to the ANS, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The amendment, the noes have it and the amendment fails, and we move to Bent's number 7, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
For the spotted owl, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Gosar's an aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansbury?
Stansbury votes no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Gonzalez Colon, aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mrs. Boebert?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Boebert, I'm not seeing a visual. Would you mind saying that again, please?
Oh, it just passed.
There we go. Ms. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Oberlowski? Ms. McCollum? Mr. Benz?
Benz is a yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Sorry about that. No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Who record their vote that's not recorded or change their vote?
Dingle, did you hear me? Votes no.
Was Ms. Dingle recorded?
Ms. Dingle votes no.
How is
Mr. Chairman,
all recorded?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How is Ms. Velasquez and Mr. Lowenthal recorded?
Mr. Lowenthal is not recorded. Ms. Velasquez is not recorded.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Velasquez, no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no.
Anyone else wish to be recorded or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 23.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to Gosar number 6, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Ms. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Stansbury
Ms.
votes
Colon votes
no.
aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Velasquez. I can't see you at the moment. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicholas votes no.
Rosendale's aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no. And I was
Votes
informed by
aye.
our staff. I missed a vote from Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye.
Ms.
Tiffany.
Velasquez, how am I recorded?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Dingle votes no.
Ms.
How's Ms.
Velasquez, how
Velasquez
am-
recorded?
Ms. Velasquez is not recorded.
Velasquez, no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Tiffany, aye.
Boebert,
Mr.
aye.
Tiffany votes aye.
Is Gomer recorded?
Mr. Gomer is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye.
Do you have me recorded? I'm an aye.
Ms. Boebert votes aye. Thank you.
Any members who have not voted and wish to record their vote or have voted and wish to change their vote?
I'm sorry. Sublime, am I a no, please?
Mr. Sablan is recorded as a no vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan. Anyone else? If not, and hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Tiffany 3, and the clerk will call the roll.
See. So,
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Costa, no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
Aye.
Sablan said no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. I'm sorry, was that Mr. Gomert who said yes?
Yeah. Gomer,
Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes yes. Thank you. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Thank you.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yay. Ms. Stansbury.
Stansbury votes no.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye. Gonzalez Colon, aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez
Oh,
votes
I
no.
just got little pieces of it.
Ms.
so I'm gonna
Velasquez
go back
votes
before I
no. Mr. Fulcher.
watch it when I get back.
Ms. DeGette.
Get
I'm
votes
on the
no.
road.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
If the clerk
Brownlee
would
votes
suspend, if members would please once again,
Brownlee votes no.
mute their, mics if they're not in, vote, being recorded as a vote, so that we can expedite this process, please, with the clerk, continue. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Thank you. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Boebert.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I can't see you, Mrs. Boebert. There we go. Thank you so much. Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case. I'm sorry, Mr. Case, I can't see you. There we go. Thank you so much. Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Mr. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote that's not recorded or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to Graves 13 revised. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalba.
No.
Mr. Grijalba votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry, I'm sorry, Ms. Stansberry, I can't see you. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case, I'm sorry, I can't see you. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Olbernolte.
Did you hear me?
Is that Ms. Boebert? Ms. Boebert votes yes. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote that's not recorded or change their vote?
How was
Webster
Tlaib
votes
recorded?
yay.
Ms. Tlaib is not recorded.
Mr. Lieb,
Tlaib votes no.
Webster votes yay.
who else is?
Mr. Tlaib.
Webster votes yay.
Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay. Ms. Tlaib votes no.
Mr. Costa,
how is he recorded?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Anyone else wish to record their vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The noes have it and the amendment fails, and amendment designated Graves 14. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mr. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Stansberry votes no as well.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Big Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia. I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, I can't hear you.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Thank you. Mrs. Boebert.
I can't hear you, but I think you said Boebert, and I vote aye.
Ms. Boebert votes aye. Thank you. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Lieb.
Talib votes no.
Mr. Lieb votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote that's not recorded or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 23.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. Now to amendment designated Graves number 28. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Grijalba.
No.
Mr. Grijalba votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nuguse.
No.
Mr. Nuguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Lieb. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
How was Sablon recorded, please?
Mr. Sablon is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
How is Representative Harrell recorded?
Ms. Harrell is not recorded.
Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Talib recorded?
Mr. Lieb is not recorded.
Talib votes no?
Mr. Lieb votes no. Mr. Whitman is not recorded.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Any other member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Certainly. One moment, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. On this vote, the yeas are 16, the nays are 23.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Westerman number 11. The clerk shall now call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nugoose.
No.
Mr. Nugoose votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry is yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes yes. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Sorry,
Gonzalez Colon
Stansberry
votes
is
aye.
no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes yes. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Fulcher. I'm sorry, I also saw a yes vote from Mr. Webster visually. Mr. Webster votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr.
Yes.
McEachin. Mr.
Yes.
Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Yes.
Ms. Boebert votes yes. I'm sorry, Ms. Boebert. I'm
Video's
having trouble
coming.
getting a
There
visual.
it is.
There we go. Thank you so much. Ms. Boebert votes yes. Mr.
Yes.
Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum.
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Lieb.
Talib votes no.
Mr. Lieb votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
How am I recorded, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Costa, how is he recorded?
Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Costa, no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The nays have it and the amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Boebert number 7. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Rattlewagon, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Escalon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle's no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes yes. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Miss Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Yes.
Mrs. Boebert votes yes. Mr. Case.
Yes.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Ms. McCollum. Mr. Benz.
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Trahan. Excuse me, Ms. Trahan.
No.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Any member not recorded that wishes to be recorded or change their vote? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 23.
The noes have it and the amendment fails. We have concluded the previously requested recorded votes. The question now occurs on Grijalva ANS as amended. I will pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Members opposed will please unmute. Those, all those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed to as amended.
Mr. Chairman, we would request a recorded vote.
In the recorded vote has been requested. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Yes.
Ms. Napolitano votes yes. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes nay.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Yes.
Mr. Huffman votes yes. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes yes.
Mr. Lowenthal votes yes. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Yes.
Mr. Neguse votes yes. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin?
Yes.
Mr. Levin votes yes. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes yes. Ms. Radewagen?
Radewagen, nay.
Mrs. Radewagen votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Stansberry votes yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes yes. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Folger? Ms. DeGette?
Get votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
St. Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes yes. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Boebert votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Thank you.
Ms. McCollum? Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Hen?
Yes.
Mr. Hen votes yes.
Would the clerk please read the names of any members not recorded on this vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Young? Mr. Gomer? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Folger? Mr. Carl? Mr. McEachin? Mr. Moore? Mr. Obernolte? And Ms. McCollum?
How is Ms. Harrell recorded?
Ms. Harrell is recorded as a no vote.
Thank you.
Any member wish to record their vote that isn't recorded, or any member wish to change their vote?
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Gonzalez Colon.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon is recorded as a yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, am I recorded?
Ms. McCollum is not recorded.
Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no. McCollum votes yes, excuse me.
Ms. McCollum votes yes.
Vote with the chair. Thank you.
And Garcia votes yes.
Mr. Garcia votes yes.
Okay. Anyone else wish to record their vote? Or
Mr.
change
Chair,
their vote?
how am I recorded?
How is
Mr.
Mr.
Westerman?
Westerman recorded?
Mr. Westerman is recorded as a no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're quite welcome, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is Graves. How am I recorded?
How is Mr. Graves recorded?
Mr. Graves is recorded as a no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome. If there are any other members, if not, vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 14.
The ayes have it. The motion passes. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Final passage. Chair, I move the committee to now adopt as amended and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional, supplemental, minority, or dissenting views to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. SCON Resolution 14 and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974. I understand that a recorded vote will be requested, so we will proceed with the roll call vote at this point. And if the clerk would please call the vote on final passage.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Graves, sir?
I have an inquiry. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure I understand. We had 14 amendments that were pre-filed that were not discussed. And I just want to make sure I understand the disposition of those amendments based on the actions that you've taken.
The disposition. We called the previous question, and we're at the point of final passage, and that is the most concise answer I can give you, sir.
And so just to make sure I understand, so I can report back to folks in Louisiana that you have effectively cut off debate.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
This is a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Gadd. I apologize.
Gentleman does not state a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
And so I just want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, that
Mr. Graves.
Yeah, sure, I'll state my inquiry. My inquiry is.
We are voting on
I
final
want to make sure that to explain to constituents that you have cut off debate and prevent us from representing them is accurate.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Mr. Graves, in terms of your explanation, and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
you
I
can turn
appreciate
it any way you want it.
Bless you as
But
well.
at this point, we're voting on final passage, and the clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Ms. Napolitano votes yes. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Costa votes yes. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Siblon?
Yes.
Mr. Siblon votes yes. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes nay.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Yes.
Mr. Huffman votes yes. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes yes.
Mr. Lowenthal votes yes. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Hell no.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Enthusiastic yes.
Mr. Neguse votes yes. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin?
Yes.
Mr. Levin votes yes. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes yes. Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leger Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry votes yes.
Ms. Stansberry votes yes. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Velasquez? Mr. Fulcher? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes yes. Mr. Stauber? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas?
Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes yes. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Boebert?
I vote no, but it's saying that my sending video is disabled, so I'm going to try to log out and log back on. Wait, here it goes. Okay, no.
Ms. Boebert votes no. Mr. Case?
Thank you.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes yes.
Ms. McCollum votes yes. Mr. Benz?
Vance votes no.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Hen?
Yes.
Mr. Hand votes yes.
Any member wish to record their vote that's not recorded or to change the recorded vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How's Ms. Velasquez recorded?
Ms. Vasquez is not recorded.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Vasquez votes aye.
Anyone else? Hearing none. The vote is closed and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 13.
The ayes have it, and the final passage of budget reconciliation recommendation consistent with the concurrent resolution is passed and will be forwarded to the budget committee.
Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
Westerman.
Sir,
Mr. Chairman, I've just got a couple of letters I asked to submit to
please.
the record. One's from the Industrial Energy Consumers of America on behalf of their companies that produce 1.1 trillion in annual sales at over 4,200 facilities. They're saying that on behalf of those member companies who depend upon the use of copper to produce manufactured goods for the American public and for national security, they urge bipartisan action to not rescind or repeal the long-standing land exchange agreement that allows for the development of immediate domestic copper production. The next one is from natural gas groups that have asked that on behalf of the companies and associations that make up the natural gas supply chain and the 180 million Americans and the 5.5 million businesses that rely on natural gas, we would like to express our concerns about including a methane emissions fee or tax in budget reconciliation legislation. It says, moreover, natural gas is responsible for 61% of cumulative carbon dioxide emission savings due to the changes in the electricity generation fuel mix. I ask that those two letters be submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered, Mr. Westerman. Thank you.
And
all members will have, shall have 2 days in which to file supplemental, additional, minority, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the recommendations transmitted to the House Committee on Budget, subject to the approval of the minority. Without objection, so ordered. I want to thank the ranking member Westerman and other members of the committee for their assistance to move some of these items and move this markup along. I also want to thank all the members, and I want to particularly acknowledge that the task before us, given all the amendments that were that we had to deal with, I want to thank the committee for not only their patience but their commitment to getting this done, and to members for the discipline, in that we were here to follow the concurrent resolution and the instructions, and to deal with the investments as we saw them in the amount that was given to this committee. Many of us thought it should have been more, as opposed to less or none. And but nevertheless, that was our job. We did it, and I think and resisted any effort to taint the process by getting into debates that would have jeopardized or risked the procedures and the instructions that delineated to the committee. So I want to thank you for that. And that took discipline, and it took, like I said earlier, biting a lot of tongues. But that's done. There is no further business before the committee, and the committee is adjourned. And I want to thank you very much. And thank you again.
Congratulations.